Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Cornwall Cricket Club in Auckland for the second edition of the National Over-50s Interprovincial Tournament. Shaping up to be a lovely day here in Auckland. A little bit of cloud cover at the moment, but it's expected to burn off later in the day. We should be in for a sunny one. As you can see here, that's the Wellington Tasman Firehawks making their way out to the middle, ready to play the first game against the Auckland Cavaliers. Wellington Tasman are the defending champions, having won last year. That's fine.
I'll happily sit here and watch, to be honest, Jim. I'll happily sit here and watch, to be honest, Jim.
We have two games going on today. Only one of them will fit into the screen. That's the Wellington Tasman versus Auckland, of course. On the Cornwall number 2 wicket, we have Districts versus Canterbury Otago. Both games today should be very tight encounters. All four teams look pretty even going into the tournament. We'll keep you updated with the Districts versus Canterbury Otago match as well. Districts have Districts lost the toss. Canterbury Otago chose to field. So interestingly, that the two winning captains have made opposite decisions. So we'll see which one proves to be the best.
Do like, Jim, when you come to grounds like this and you know, if you want to talk about bowling ends, you got ASB Showgrounds end, which we're starting from. So this one's just out towards point for a single. Quite nice fielding there, though. On the other end, of course, we've got One Tree Hill.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot here. Really, really nice place to watch cricket, to play cricket. So if you're in the area, please do come down.
That one just a bit into the pads and mid-wicket doing the fielding.
So Mike Jamieson on strike, that was his first ball. He's quite an attacking batsman by nature. Definitely likes to get on with it. In fact, so does John Cleland at the other end. So he could be in for some fast scoring today.
I mean, over 50s cricket, Jim, you've told me you've watched quite a bit in the past. How do teams normally like to start the innings, or does it depend? Does it vary, really?
Well, I think the key thing about over 50s cricket, and it's quite obvious, is that you don't have your big nasty fasty bowlers steaming in, so that tends to dictate what's happened. Generally, the batting is okay, as we see a leg by there.
Some calls for catches there, but umpires saying it was leg buys, not runs. It did spoon up a little bit though, so some interest if it had come off the bat. Through the keeper.
So I mean, the other factor, of course, is always the pitch. This has been a high-scoring pitch so far this season. An earlier warm-up game, I think Auckland scored 350-ish on this very wicket. But apparently it's a little bit grassier this morning.
Yeah, I was out there earlier and having a look there was quite a good length of grass on it. Because the 4-day tournament, the pitch needs to hold together, so not surprised to see grass like that on it. A little bit soft though. I thought maybe, I know Auckland area's had a bit of rain recently, but had enough sunshine on it, might have stayed a bit hard, but ball seems to be carrying through. No issue at the moment anyway.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. Now, bowling from the One Tree Hill end appears to be Dave Goldingham. So Wellington have not chosen to open with Scott McCullum. Usually opens the bowling for the Firehawks, Scott McCullum, but they've gone with Dave Goldingham, who's not express pace, even for this standard, but generally reasonably effective.
Seems about the pace that works for me, but it's not always about pace though, is it, Jim? It's how the ball goes down and how it comes out, really.
Well, that's right, but especially at this level of cricket.
Oh, some great fielding there at extra cover. Diving save.
That was outstanding fielding. Hamish French, I believe, there. One of the fitter players in the tournament, you'd say.
Yeah, well, we saw some something quite similar from Will Young yesterday at Point. The Test match started a bit of a downfall for the Pakistanis.
Wellington Tasman have 2 or 3 pretty fit fielders, so we'll watch them as the game goes on. Oh, and
I think he's tried to pull that round, Jim, and just not managed to keep it under control and played it back onto his stumps, really. He's been bowled. It didn't look pretty.
No, it wasn't pretty. Exciting start for the Firehawks, defending champions. That's one of the key batsmen for the Auckland Cavaliers, Mike Jamieson. Can be quite dangerous, as we said, but won't be today. Won't be emulating the feats of his son Kyle, who's doing pretty well for the Black Caps.
Well, when you're averaging, I think 12 with the ball and 40 odd with the bat, 6 tests in. That's a bit of a reputation to live up to for a father.
Indeed. So great start for the Firehawks. 2 for 1, Auckland are on their home ground. Walking to the wicket now is hometown boy Adrian Dale. This is his club. He's played on this ground a million times, scored close to 1 million runs probably. Already scored 3 centuries at over-50s level this season. It all came within the space of a week, in fact. I believe the last one was on this very pitch. So he knows the area, knows the conditions. He's played a lot of cricket, played first-class cricket for 15 years, captain of New Zealand. Now let's just hope we haven't oversold him.
Well, you can't be a commentator if you don't have the commentators or curse working, I think, Jim. So, also at the last year's IPT, he had the second highest score of the tournament, 93, in the third versus fourth playoff against Districts.
Yeah, that was his only good score of that tournament, actually. So he was a little bit disappointed with that, and he's hit this season looking like he wants to make amends for that. As we see the end of the second over, successful one for the Firehawks. So we've got two Cornwall players at the crease now, Adrian Dale and John Cleland. They've played a lot together, both at Premier cricket level in Auckland. Probably around 20 years ago now, they would have been playing together, and then now at over-50s level.
And over-50s, Jim, I take it there's higher honours to go to. Is there a national team that players, trying to get to?
Yep, absolutely. When we're not restricted by COVID and the like, players are aiming to make the New Zealand team, which plays in various events, most notably the Over-50s World Cup, of which there have been two. Most recently March of last year, which was unfortunately curtailed for rather obvious reasons.
One of many, unfortunately, I think.
Yes.
Add it to the list. This one is played through. Cover sweeper out there. Out for a single.
First runs for Cleland. Yeah, so the World Cup is really going strength to strength. First one in Sydney in 2018 had 8 teams. The Cape Town edition had 12 teams. There's a lot of interest from other countries looking to join in as well. So over-50s cricket's really blossoming and developing around the world, which is great.
Well, it's something I only really realised about last season, playing with Dean Bush, who represents districts. And yeah, but I look at it, it seems as though it is popular than what many would think. And even I shocked the hairdresser yesterday when I told them I was commentating over-50s cricket, and she seemed, people over 50 can play cricket.
Well, it's a popular misconception. Yeah, so I mean, over-50s cricket in New Zealand has gone from 0 players 3 years ago, this time 3 years ago, to now well over 150 guys registered. Top 56 represented here in this tournament. The others have another tournament in February to play as well. So there's plenty of opportunities now for over-50s players. As we may have the first injury of the tournament, Simon Clark seems to have just pulled up as he was running into bowl there. He's
might have just twisted his ankle just a little bit.
Oh no, I think it's a groin or a hip or something, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Just as well, the Firehawks have an osteopath in their team. He's rushed to the rescue there. Scott Pender is a registered osteopath in Wellington, and
those are handy to have on any team, at any level, isn't it?
That's right. He's also a good cricketer. He hasn't just been chosen for his osteopathy skills, one would hope.
Does that guy have out sitting down? No, I don't think it is actually. No, I don't think it is.
Rolly's striding over like he knows him.
Oh yeah, no.
So in fact, Simon Clark has pulled up a bit lame. He's clutching his hip, so he's going to be replaced by the captain, Richard Petrie. Captain Richard Petrie is going to replace Simon Clark now, coming on a little bit earlier than he probably expected to. Starts with the short of a length ball outside off stump, and Adrian Dale doesn't mind those. He just plays it down to third man, so he's off the mark. And we've got a wide there.
Sorry about that, Jim. The scorer was having a bit of issues with technology trying to replace the bowler, and I happen to have plenty of experience with Cricket HQ not working the way it should.
Well, thank heavens for you, Bevan.
I think if anyone tuning in that's followed cricket for 5 minutes will recognise the name Richard Petrie. Someone that's has quite a bit of experience.
Yes, that's right. Played 11 one-dayers for New Zealand back in the 90s. He was much more of a bowler then. Now, probably in the batting all-rounder category, you'd say. Tends to reserve his energy for the batting as much as possible.
Of course, also can't forget that Auckland have their own international experience as well, with Afisa Tanu'u playing for them. Tolofalava Afisa.
What are they? Go nuts. Go nuts. Nature's just salted. Yeah, that's a carb.
So first ball of the next over, just left outside off stump. Must also say that Afisa's skills don't just go down to the cricket pitch and rugby field. I remember him playing a celebrity wheelchair rugby match in Auckland a few years ago. Afisa. I was going to say, I remember you and Ian Jones and Stephen Bates not looking forward to playing that when you were watching New Zealand take on Korea that day. This one just got a square leg. Good wicket. Just left outside, slipping keepers. Enjoying Gottingham's. Might just get a little bit of. Hard to see it for us here at ground level on. Well, I'd say a wide third man, Jim. Might be a little bit of movement out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got two free scoring batsmen, and they haven't been scoring all that freely. So, could be some great bowling, could be a bit of pitch assistance. Hard to tell at this point. Still early doors.
This one's full outside, just outside the reach. There's a cover sweeper coming round.
That was an outstanding effort at backward point by Scott Pender, who would be probably the fittest person in the tournament. He's in great shape and excellent fielder. Dived over to his right, full stretch. I'm not sure if we captured it on the video, but it was an outstanding effort. Couldn't quite haul it in. And the end result is single to Adrian Dale.
No, unfortunately, you can't see it on the screen there. It's just out of shot, but you can certainly see the reaction of the fielders and bowlers. Bowler that it wasn't too far away from the outstretched hands of Scott.
No, it would have been a momentous catch in more ways than one. The catch itself would have been outstanding, but also the impact it would have had on the game with Adrian Dale would have been dismissed for just two. As it happens, he fights to live another over, which will be bowled by Richard Petrie.
Full delivery.
That's a
from
beautiful
Petrie.
shot.
3 extra cover. Fielding done out there by man and Skivvies. He didn't have to move very far. I think the field is.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you meant, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Jim, I've confused you there. It was definitely 4.
Right. He's very strong on the offside. Adrian Dale loves to cut, loves the cover drive. That's another beautiful cover drive. That's fielded by the same spectator as got the last one, but lovely flowing cover drive from Dale. Petrie may have to have a wee think about his length here.
I'd be interested to actually see how old that guy is. He's done 2 bits of good fielding. The guy outside the boundary, he did a really good bridge there. He might be interested in over-50s as well.
It's more of a traditional first-class length that Richard Petrie would have bowled for most of his career. Probably not too happy about being driven through the covers twice in 3 balls.
What bowler is though?
Well, especially not Richard Petrie, I'll tell you that. Good battle this, Petrie versus Dale. Two guys who've played a lot of high-level cricket. As I mentioned before, Dale played 15 years of county cricket over in England. Played for England A too, I believe. And Richard Petrie, of course, played for New Zealand. So you don't lose the competitive edge just because you're a wee bit older.
I think it almost gains a bit more, doesn't it?
Perhaps.
In age.
It's the end of the over, 8 runs off that one. Those 2 beautiful drives that were described. And Auckland are trotting along at an even 3 per over after the first 5.
Actually played for Glamorgan between 1989 and 2004. 15 years, 1 club man. That's impressive.
Yeah, it is actually. It is actually, yep.
How many players these days you could say they stayed at the same club or same county 15 years? Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Well, this one's got about a heat on it.
That
Up and over.
Yeah, 6 runs. 6 runs. That was a bit of a long hop, to be honest, but we've seen a long hop take a wicket already. This one did not. It got what it deserved. Pulled over mid-wicket by Cleland for a big 6. First of the tournament, I'll dare say.
Just explaining to someone behind me the reason why my photography I call Bev's cracking shots. It's because, not just upping my photo skills, but also that crack of the bat that's made when it connects pretty well.
So 14 of Auckland's 21 total runs have come in the last 8 balls, which could suggest that the batsmen have got the pace of the wicket.
Bit of a bottom edge on this. They're going to run through for a single.
Just down to 1 slip now. You don't see a lot of catches in the slips at this this level. Bevan, you were asking earlier about how over 50s is a little bit different. Not a lot of slip catches, so you'll often see maybe start with a couple of slips in a gully and then just go down to 1 pretty quickly.
Well, I mean, just before we only, that was really the first edge we saw, and it was the bottom one that, didn't even, there's been nothing really flying, edging, anything edgy off the bat to say that there should be slips at the moment. And when we've seen Dale play some exquisite drives through covers, you might as well put the players with it, and stop those scoring opportunities coming.
And just as we speak of that, there's another one. Oh, but they put a man out there. Didn't see him there. There is a man on the sort of cover point boundary there.
It seems when the bowling's coming from the One Tree Hill end here at Cornwall Park, there was the cover sweeper out there for that though. Be interesting to see now that it is the end of the over, coming from the ASB Showgrounds end, whether they do the same. Even for having some scoring difficulties there, I think, Jim, aren't you? But I understand. I've done it, done that sort of thing in the past, and multitasking can be a little difficult when you've got everything going on all at once. Petrie starts next over, fielding just a short extra cover there. Second ball's full, just a point. One of the stories whenever I come and commentate at Cornwall Park, Jim, throw just a bit wayward to the keeper but doesn't cost, is the cows were pretty much in the paddock, quite in the closest to the field, and one got hit by 6. Cow was fine. We're having a good laugh about it, and somebody actually came over and told us that Cow was hit at Cow Corner, and I thought, it's, to this day, it's still one of the best cricketing moments I've ever seen. I felt sorry for the cow being, getting hit by a cricket ball, but it was pretty entertaining when we were told about that fact.
Yeah, pretty standard cricket humour, that one. The old cow corner. No doubt out playing an agricultural shop.
So, yesterday in the net, got a couple of here. Yeah. And then that boy said it was alright, you won't get to drink it, it's well done. I say, house with beer. Going on the ladder, it's very true.
Player at mid-wicket here for Wellington Tasman, Jim, seems to be a bit of energy, has a bit of energy to him. He's in there hunting.
Yes, that's
Quite a bit.
Nav Harath. He'll bowl a bit of off-spin later on. Enthusiastic fielder and player. Really favouring these Yorker length deliveries, this over Petrie. In fact, that is the end of his second point tooth over, having completed an over that Simon Clark was unable to. Got a change of bowling at the One Tree Hill end. Scott McCullum. Bowls out swing, Scott McCullum. Usually opens the bowling because he does get a lot of swing. He's coming on first change in the 8th over today.
So I mean, being a not 45 over game, obviously bowlers can only bowl maximum of 9, I'm assuming. How many does normally a bowler that's, you know, pretty economical and all that, how many does he bowl in a spell generally? This one's just up over top of cover. Sweeper is back there though. Pick up 2. Yeah, so how many's a bowler that's bowling, you know, on the spot, likely to bowl in a spell?
Well, for a lot of guys, they've because of the age, they sometimes find it difficult to come back for a second spell, so they might prefer to bowl all their overs in one spell. Whether they're able to bowl the full 9, I guess, would depend on fitness and the length of the run-up and all that sort of thing. But yeah, often guys prefer to bowl all their overs in a row. And again, because they're not charging enough 40 paces, sometimes they're able to get their full 9 in on the trot. So we see a quick single there, and there's a big appeal for the run out.
Decent try.
Yeah, very good diving effort there by, I think, Jason Kilworth, running in and underhanding it at the stumps. May have even been a direct hit, but the umpire said that John Cleland made his ground.
Yeah, umpire was pretty well in the spot there to line it up. Had a bit of a think about it before giving it not out, which of course umpires are entitled to do. another dot to finish the 8th over. So those 8 overs gone. 28 without 28 for 1. Conditions are still a bit cloudy out here, Jim, but starting to heat up a bit. The humidity's dropped a little bit, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it does feel like that cloud's starting to burn off a wee bit. Sun's starting to shine down a little bit more on the players here at Cornwall Park. Big shout for LB there. Whoa, he's giving it a big...
Hey, yeah, it sounded a bit like it might have been bat.
Long think about that. Think about it. And then the nod of the head and the raise of the finger, and Petrie wins that battle. He'll be delighted about that. It's the big wicket. Adrian Dale dismissed LBW.
Yeah, 15 off 24. Those 2 fours that Strikes recover looked pretty good, but since then he's been pegged back by some tight bowling from Wellington, Tasman, and sees the end of the 2nd wicket.
Yeah, indeed. Crucial moment in this game. Yeah, very important. So we now see Chana Weeraparuma heading to the crease. Plays for Sri Lanka. Played for Sri Lanka at the recent Over-50s World Cup. Was one of the top scorers in that tournament. Quite a flashy player, I guess you could say.
So a normal sort of Sri Lankan sort of style then.
Yeah, he generally doesn't muck around, and he plays some pretty sort of flamboyant shots. Having said that, he's coming on with a score at 28 for 2 on a pitch that looks like it might be doing a little bit against a bowler who's bowling pretty well. So let's see how Weeraparuma, the left-hander, goes. Here we go, Weeraparuma just about to face his first ball from Richard Petrie. Oh, it's a bit of a wild one. Big wide down the leg side, well taken by the keeper. Oh, bit of indecision in the running, but Cleland calls Weeraparuma through finally, and they make it fairly comfortably. So Chana Weeraparuma off the mark. Lot resting on Cleland's shoulders now. Oh, he gets a big full toss, and Cleland doesn't put it away. Just pushes it out to square leg, where it's fielded by Scott McCullum. So you may not get too many freebies from Petrie. Good idea to try and put them away if you can when they come. And again, that Yorker length ball that Petrie's been favouring today. Did have some success with the full ball, getting Adrian Dale LBW earlier this over. It's a short ball and he quite likes the short one. He pulls it out to square leg, but there is a man there, possibly for that exact event. It's McCullum again. Gets the ball in and they just take the single. So it was an opportunity for a big shot. May have had a 5-ball over there. In fact, following some consultation via walkie-talkie from the scorers, the umpires have been notified that they'd in fact 1 ball remaining in that over, so everyone who had just about got in position for the next over has to go back. And Richard Petrie has to bowl 1 more delivery, which I'm sure he won't be overly delighted about. But them's the rules, or the laws. And here we go, last ball of the 9th over. Oh no, it's a false start again. So we may get there eventually. Here we go. And it may have been a great... what have we got here? Okay, so great big appeal for LBW. The umpire shook his head and then raised his finger as if to be giving it out, but it turned out he was just pointing at something. So, a fair bit of confusion in the last 90 seconds or so, but the ultimate result is a dot ball and the end of the over. So it was a big appeal for LBW, another full decision, full delivery. But eventually given not out. Great shot from Cleland through the covers. That is probably going to reach the boundary. Oh, there's actually a fielder who's come racing across there. That's Nav Harath. He's covered a lot of ground there from cover point round to extra cover on the boundary. Must be a good 40-metre sprint he's done there. Great effort. And they've run 3. Don't see a lot of 3s at over-50s level, but got one today. Good sized boundary and not quite enough oomph on it to cross the line there. Only going at a little over 3 and over, 3.5 and over. It's wide delivery down the leg side. Still trying to get you some score updates from the other game, Districts versus Canterbury Otago. As we see that one squeeze past Hamish French at mid-wicket. Does a nice sprawling save, but not before they've taken a single. And that brings to a close the 10th over. So after the first 10 overs, 36 for 2 Auckland. Definitely say that Wellington Tasman Firehawks have got the better of those first 10 overs. Turning into a really splendid day here at Cornwall Cricket Club. Clouds lifted, sun's out. It's 11:45 and conditions couldn't really be greater. It's fantastic weather for cricket. Pretty aggressive shot there from Chanawera Paruma, trying to sweep Richard Petrie. But, you know, that is his batting style. He likes to play aggressively. Good luck to him. And he gets hold of that one, and very nicely. It is a full toss, but where Paruma had a big slash at it, and it's just crossing the boundary rope now. So, pretty good shot by Wera Paruma. Moves him on to 6. So Petrie has missed his length a couple of times. He's obviously trying to get right up there in the block hole. And bowled a couple of full tosses. That one was taken toll of. Oh, that's a pretty good length too. Hard to slap that through the covers. And in fact, Wera Paruma was fairly lucky not to get an edge on it, you might say. Could be on track for another 3 here. It is in fact the second 3 of the innings, as Wiraparuma squeezed that one down to third man. So plenty of running for the Auckland boys. Just as well it's only day 1. Might not be too many 3s run on finals day, but you never know. Appears that I can give you an update from the Districts Canterbury game. Districts 51 for 1 after 12 overs. So a pretty good start from them, having lost the toss and being put in. Back on the number 1 wicket, we've got Petrie to Cleland. Slightly more sedate scoring rate over here. Had some great fielding again in the covers to end the over, I believe. So it's McCullum to continue. Keeper standing up to the stumps now. Takes that one comfortably as Wiraparuma just lets it go through. So McCullum will be bowling in swingers to the left-hander most likely, unless he's developed a brand new delivery after all these years. That's a pretty good nut as well, beating Wiraparuma on the outside there. It's another extravagant shot from Wiraparuma. Yeah, and it beats the diving effort of the man on the cover boundary who's been put there for that shot. It was a beautiful slashing cover drive. He really puts everything into it. Full follow through in that, dare I say it, typical Sri Lankan style. Actually played for Botswana back in the day. Chana Wiraparuma used to live there. Lives in New Zealand now, but was selected for the Sri Lankan Over-50s team that played in the 2020 World Cup. Did very well for them, actually. And that's gone high up in the air. I don't think anyone will get near it. And in fact, it's gone all the way over deep backward square leg for 6. So that was another extravagant shot from Wellington. It was almost sort of a front foot pull, heave, slog sweep, if that's such a thing. And that brings up the 50 for Auckland. 53 for 2 after 12 overs. So they've brought their run rate up to almost 4.5. It was only a couple of overs ago I was saying they were 3.5. So some good hitting, especially from Wellington, who has moved on to 19. Oh, Scott McCarty coming on from the hill end. Bowls a bit of off spin. So we've got 2 Scots bowling in tandem. 2 SMs in fact. Our ever reliable scorer and statistician has informed me. Oh, looks like he's going to bowl some little medium pace instead. Generally bowls off spin, but first day of the tournament, why not coming off the long run? Another former first-class cricketer, Scott McCarty, played for Otago and Auckland and Wellington, if I'm not mistaken. Mainly a batsman, as that ball might suggest. Cleland onto the back foot. He likes the short balls, Cleland. Pulls that away, but there is a man there. The ever-busy Nav Harath, who's been doing plenty of work already. So just the single brings Wellington back on strike. Great looking shot on the other ground, which obviously you can't see on the screen here, but flowing off drive from, don't even know who that is batting over there. Is that Andrew Spence? Left-hander. Anyway, back to this game. And we see another nice drive. This one from Wellington, but it's stopped by McCarty in his follow through. One guy. Good first over for McCarty, just the 2 runs off it. Scott McCarty, better known for his batting, although I say that, but in his over-50s matches so far this season, he's taken 5 wickets for 68 runs. With a best of 4 for 30, so not that bad. The Wellington 13th man has tried running on with some early drinks, but he's been, in fact, the Auckland 13th man as well, but they've been ushered off the field as we have drinks coming up, a scheduled drinks break in just an over or two. So it looks like we might be seeing another change of bowling from the One Tree Hill end. Stephen Hewson coming into the attack. Stephen Hewson, member of the New Zealand Over-50s, senior member of the Wellington Tasman Firehawks, has a somewhat ungainly action, not a classical spinner's bowling action, but generally very accurate and economical. In fact, at the Over-50s World Cup in Cape Town last year, he was the second most economical bowler in the entire tournament, going at well under 2 and over. I believe it was 1.6 or around that from the 2.5 games that New Zealand played. Tall man, probably 6'4", 6'5". Doesn't really spin the ball a lot, I'm led to believe, but he has some good sort of cutters and variations, so he can be quite difficult to play. So this will be a good challenge for Wera Paruma, who hasn't found the bowling too difficult so far.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. I thought they all had shin guards on.
Starts with a full bunger, which the ever-present Nav Harath fields at deep backward square leg, and that's a fantastic throw right over the stumps from just inside the boundary. Great effort from Harath. In fact, the fielding's been really good from Wellington Tasman so far. We've seen some diving efforts for catches, we've seen some sprawling saves, we've seen some outstanding boundary work. It's a wide ball. Hewson does sometimes take an over or two to settle onto that metronomic line of his.
Yeah, he did give that. There was a bit of that going on.
It's pretty much the stock delivery for Hewson. Sort of on a good length from that high height, makes it quite difficult to hit. 3 runs off Houston's first over. And it sounds like that'll be one more before drinks. Just recapping the wickets that have fallen so far. We had Mike Jamieson out for 0, Adrian Dale out for 16. Umpire signals a leg by there. So this partnership's not going too badly between Cleland and Weeraparuma. Following the loss of Adrian Dale, they've done quite well. Oh, bit of pretty confident call of yes from Weeraparuma was counteracted by a rather casual no by John Cleland, who I don't think even took a step down the wicket at all, just put the hand up. Fortunately, no real danger. Just a little bit of a quiet patch over the last 3 or 4 overs. After we did see a bit of a burst of scoring, it's slowed down a wee bit again now. But looks like Weeraparuma's got this one through. It's coming towards us here in the possession, and it looked like the fielder was going to haul it in, but the ball just kept on rolling and into the boundary for 4. So just as I was talking about a lull in the scoring, Weeraparuma hits a beautiful boundary through mid-off and picks up the pace a wee bit, and that brings us to drinks. So after 15 overs, Auckland are 63 for 2. It's a good opportunity to give you an update on the other game, which is Districts and Canterbury Otago. Canterbury Otago Mainland has won the toss, and unlike Auckland, they chose to field first. Garth Littlejohn was run out with the score at 43 for 19. The other opener, Andrew Spence, is on 24, and captain of the Districts team, Bert Horner, he's on 8. Bowlers so far there. Kelvin Scott opened the bowling. He's had 5 overs, none for 10. Ryan Dowling, 2 rather expensive overs, 2 for 15. Sorry, 2 overs for 15. Barry Cross, also a little bit expensive, 5 overs, none for 23. Scott Mason, 3 overs, none for 9. So, once again, Districts 63 for 1 after 15 overs, which is almost identical to the score in this match, which is 63 for 2. So just the 1 wicket separating the 2 matches.
Well, night game's consistently angry, but in terms of like dummy splits, well, for me, the night game on
Bowling figures in this match. Simon Clark opened the bowling, only got through 10 deliveries before he injured what looked to be a hip. He's got none for 2. Dave Goldingham, 3 overs, 1 for 11. Richard Petrie, who completed Simon Clark's over, he's got 4.2 overs, 1 for 21, taking the vital wicket of Adrian Dale. Scott McCullum, a little bit expensive today, 3 overs, none for 18. Scott McCarty has 2 overs, none for 6. And Steve Hewson has just the 1 over for 3 runs.
That's what I check. I've seen from watching the game. Please just be all right.
Back at it, I think, there, Jim, after a drinks break. Bit of rehydration and everything. Across the boundary, but the umpire 50, 60 metres away can't see it.
Also makes the batsman run a wee bit more.
Oh, it does. That's the benefit of making the bowler do that. I think I feel, you know. On my walkabout with photos, seems, you know, everyone seems to be pretty happy out there early on, at least.
Well, it is day 1, Bevan, so see how the guys are going on Monday, on finals day, after 4 games in 5 days. It's quite a tough schedule in this tournament. You want to make sure that every team plays every other team, but you still have to squeeze it into a manageable period of time. So the answer seems to be lots of cricket.
It does, and everyone, you know, might be open for that on day 1. Day 4, the body might be rejecting that idea, but it's one of those things. Cricket was based on 5-day format, of course. Well, no, actually it was unlimited first, wasn't it? Before we had tests limited to certain days. So that's something that I wouldn't know if any of those England or South African players that played that 13-day test are still alive, but I'd love to know how their bodies felt. Because though the match went 13 days, I believe it was spread over about 16 because of a couple of rest days. One might have been a Sunday, so didn't play due to church and everything back in the 50s.
Yeah, I'm not sure of all the details of those timeless tests. I feel like it might have been a wee bit earlier. Oh! Sorry, if we just look over into the other game, there's a chance of a direct hit. Yeah, timeless tests, I thought they were back in the 20s, weren't they? And then there was one that went for 10 days and it was only ended because the England team needed to catch the boat home, I think.
They had
didn't
2 or 3 days to catch the to get to the boat to start with, so it wasn't exactly like they left the ground and caught the boat the next day. They still had some travel to do.
they? Right. Well, that must have been hard work. And
1939 was the last one, so
Is that
there were
right? Okay.
99 timeless tests between 1877 and 1939, so a bit more closer to your timeline than mine.
Steady on.
I'll give you the one when it's there for you, Jim.
Anyway, so compared to that, these guys have it quite easy, it seems. 4 45 over matches in the space of 5 days. And reasonable contest going on here. McCarty versus Weeraparuma. Weeraparuma did hit him for that beautiful boundary down the ground just before drinks.
He goes for
He
the
has a-
hoik, but doesn't quite get it.
He's got it well enough to get down to deep backward square leg for 2.
It was such a mentioned about his Weeraparuma's stroke play. It's pretty much what you described it to a T. Way he likes to play, and he's very Sri Lankan about it.
Oh, nice wristy shot there. That's beautifully played
Yeah.
through mid-wicket. It's plenty of work for the field to do, and he can't get there, in fact. So, very wristy, to use a term that's often attributed to the subcontinental players, but that was a very wristy shot, flicking it through mid-wicket.
Did have a chance to talk to Dave Goldingham about the pitch, and he did say it was doing a bit off the pitch with the grass covering that was there. So glad that we weren't exactly seeing things. Oh, this one's beaten mid on. It's not going to go to the boundary though, because they are very big straight.
In fact, it's
No, it has just gone. Oh, it's one of those things in the fielder that you hate to have to turn around and chase, and for it just to stop on the line.
Yeah, none of us can really tell if it did actually cross the boundary, but we're going to take the fielder's word that it did, so that he didn't have to keep running and hurl the ball back in. Anyway, another 4 to Weeraparuma. That's his second in succession. He's moved up to 36 now off 35 balls. And he's looking really good.
Yeah, I think I read one of your posts on Facebook, Jim, saying that he scored quite a few in the warm-up games as well. Is that correct?
He didn't actually do that well in the warm-up
No?
games
Okay.
for Auckland, but he played well in the World Cup.
World Cup it was. That's what I read.
For Sri Lanka, he got runs against Australia, which has
Take that any day of the week.
absolutely generally one of the better bowling attacks at over 50s level. I think he played Canada as well, might have got a 50 in that match. And Zimbabwe was the other team that Sri Lanka played before the tournament was abandoned after 2.5 matches.
17 gone, 79.
Cleland getting into the act now. Oh! I don't know if you would have picked that up there. I think it would have shown up on the screen. It was a good one-handed effort by Scott McCullum at mid-on.
That was just out of his reach. He did quite well to jump up and try and take it one-handed above his head, but unlucky, and everyone basically around us from Auckland had hands on their heads.
Yes, it was a big collective ooh.
Sorry, Wellington, I should say.
Oh, now a little bit of touch from Weeraparuma. The late dab, which gives the fielder a good bit of exercise. And looks like they've come back for another 3. Shortly after I said there's not many 3s in over 50s cricket, They've just run the third 3 in about 10 overs.
Accidentally stumbled across something here. I googled China and came up with a crick info profile. It's actually come up with his over-50s. So at the World Cup, 29 against Australia, 39 against Zimbabwe, and 40 against Canada. So I actually wasn't. I didn't think. I thought this must be first class or list A, games that. But no, they're all over 50 stats there on Crick Info. Oh, this one's a bit of a long hop over to mid wicket.
Well, what happened there, Bevan, was at the time that the World Cup was going on, there was hardly any other cricket in the world. So Crick Info had nothing to cover
Other
than the Over-50s World Cup. So a tournament that they might otherwise have overlooked, they gave attention to, and they did all the statistics. And so all the players have had their player profiles on Crick Info, which is great.
Brilliant exposure for the over-50s game.
It was. We were really the only game in town at that stage. Full toss, and doesn't quite get hold of it. Down to Nav Harath again, who's been the busiest guy on the field probably. And just a single for Wera Paruma.
Doesn't seem to be one that's too minded by doing every ball, though. He seems as though he's a lively guy out there.
He is. Run rate up to 4.7 now for Auckland.
Well, it was going at once to start with. If that, actually. The old worm was looking a little down. But now it's pretty healthy. So this is Nav Harath is going to come into the attack. Left arm off spin, did you say, Jim? Or,
No, right arm, traditional off spin.
Shows what happens.
Often flights the ball quite well. He's got a little quicker delivery from what I've seen of him. This will be another interesting contest as we see there's a man heading out to cow corner, which we've discussed earlier. We've also got, in fact I think that's the only man outside the circle.
I'm actually quite surprised nobody's sweeping in the cover region for Harath. For Harath, but no one outside on the offside of the field. So maybe looking just to angle it in, not well too straight though, considering he is the only one there at cow corner basically. Some tight bowling though, just all that Jenna can do is just plot it to point.
Yeah, he's got
both times there.
He's only a short wee fella, Harath, and he's got a low trajectory with got the two Sri Lankans facing off actually against each other, Nav Harath and Wera Paruma. And he does have a go that time as a bit of a wild swing outside off stump. He's got away with it. Chase out of screen there to third man, and we come back for two.
Yeah, the thing is about swinging like that, as long as you get a top edge, everybody's in tight, basically, for trying something like that.
Well, that's an excellent start for Harath. Could be settling in for a good long spell in these mid-innings overs. So it's a good partnership from these two. They've put on the best part of 60. After the second wicket fell at 28, it's now 87. That's 59 partnership.
Must have gone to a good school, Jim, working at maths like that. Trying to remember, fall or wicket.
Yeah, I think I was pretty good at maths until about first form, Bevan. That's when they start doing more complicated stuff than adding and subtracting. Cleland's sweating on anything short, and as soon as he gets the opportunity to pull, he does, and he does there. It's a favoured shot of his.
Sounds a bit like what it was like at Neither School, Jim. Anything from year 8, year 9, or Form 2 and 3. Whichever one you want to take. So, Wellington, Tasman have learned here pretty quick. Just can't give Chana any room. This one's the back of the length though, and squirts out. I'll pick up 2 is maybe just a bit of miscommunication between mid wicket and deep mid wicket, causing a bit of confusion there. So I pick up 2.
It's Navarath in the action again. He must have fielded the ball about 25 times today already, I reckon. Out there on the boundary. I'll give you a quick update from the other game after this delivery. Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. Safely taken by Scott McCarty, I believe, at... What's that? A sort of a short square leg position. But yeah, Cleland waiting for that short ball again. That really is the shot that he likes, but just got under it. Top edge. And the blossoming partnership is now ended.
Momentum's a funny thing in cricket though, Jim. It really just takes one ball for either side to capitalise and make a difference. But for Wellington Tasman here, they they need 1 to follow 2 to get themselves back. I wouldn't say a complete even keel. I think that's where it is now, but just the noses in front maybe.
So Spencer Day is the new batsman, I believe. Just confirm John Cleland's score. 24 off 33 for Cleland. So it's a start, but couldn't quite push on today. He'll be a bit disappointed with that, as it looked like the conditions were maybe just getting a wee bit better for batting, and the partnership was going well with Chana, and really Cleland just needed to keep pushing the singles and getting Chana on strike, because he's been batting really well, Chana.
Ball was definitely there to hit though. I think John just saw his chance and probably just pushed through the shot too early.
Yeah.
Which led to that top edge.
I'll just give you that update from the other match. Districts versus Canterbury Otago. Districts are 82 for 1 after 21 overs. Andrew Spence on 30. Bert Horner taking his time. He's 15 off 47. So just under 4 and over in that game.
Similar scorelines almost. Progressing in both these ones.
Yes, we've noted that at drinks. The scores were identical. So I don't know too much about Spencer Day actually. I've never seen him play. This is his first season of over-50s cricket. He's scored a few runs for Auckland in their earlier matches this season. Ooh, he's beaten first ball though. Be a challenge for him. Harath's bowling well.
Well, I think his first over only went for 2, and that was that top edge that Chana, made over the keeper. So the only runs really coming off his bowling have been was a mistake.
That's right. He does have the ability to bowl quite economically. I watched him down in Christchurch, and he was quite hard to get away. That's quite a nice shot, wasn't it? Use the feet, just
A couple of shuffles down and just full blade.
that one's got through though. Out to sort of straight mid wicket, where Nav Harath would normally be if he wasn't bowling. So Tim Horn does the fielding there, running across.
I'm a little surprised he's still not there. Bowling and running out seems to be one of those players that would.
Well, based
quite
on what he's
happily,
done today, yeah, you wouldn't be surprised if he chased that down off his own bowling.
Big appeal for LBW, but Spencer's just come down the pitch, so
Yeah, he did look a long
Hard.
way down. Hard to give that out, eh?
yeah. I mean, it doesn't negate the fact that it can be LBW, but
course.
certainly the possibility is reduced. When you got a bowler like
For 4.
it's not just adding and subtracting.
No,
you
do it all,
Jim.
mate. Do the multiplication as well. If I need to divide, I might
Get the old
Like-
abacus out.
get the abacus out. Yeah.
Yep.
Or-
Yeah, I do a bit of volunteering work, and was working overtime the other day. People ask me if I, get double time in that, and I go, of course I do. 0 times 2 and all that.
Steve Hewson's been a little more expensive than he's accustomed to. 4 overs, 1 for 20, but he does have that key wicket.
Last season's IPT had the second best economy rate of 2.42, so probably would look to tighten today's economy a bit tighter than that.
Well, that was basically what got him into the New Zealand team, Bevan. He was
See the bolter that I've
yeah,
read? Yeah, I was going to say, I did
not
read
much was known
somebody
about him, but he was just almost unhittable in that tournament. And then it proved a pretty good decision from the selectors, as he bowled really well in the World Cup as well, and as I mentioned before, one of the most economical in that tournament.
Pulls it around to Perez coming in from mid-wicket boundary.
Of course he is.
Couple.
Yeah. Weeraparuma's approaching his 50. This will be the first 50 of the tournament if he gets there. He's on 48.
This one, God, it's a short third man doing the fielding. Actually, a pretty decent throw, direct hit, but batsman well on the crease. But it was a good thing when you get a fielder who can fire it and quick and hit. from that distance. Always keeps the batsman honest.
He's favouring that little dab, late cut. If he can beat that short third man fielder, then it's potentially a lucrative shot, as there's a lot of real estate down there.
You got at least two, don't you? Doesn't really matter on how much you can put on it. Even with just a deft touch, you should be able to pick up two. I think there's a batsman for New Zealand that's made that deft touch his own.
Who could you possibly be talking about, Bevan?
Not the number one test batsman in the world, leader of the number one test team in the world at the moment. Jim, Ken Williamson? Surely not.
Nice touch from Spencer Day, actually, on that one. He's doing the right thing, I think, just trying to get the strike to Chana.
Well, especially when you're new to the crease yourself. Day he has faced 8 deliveries, but the big difference is where Paruma's faced 50. You can actually see quite a bit at the non-striker's end, especially when you've got a guy that's in at the other. As this one's swept, it's pretty well.
50 is heads out to the good square leg boundary. Great sweep shot, and that brings up his 50. 52 for Chanawera Paruma, well batted. And it's also the 100 up. So a double milestone shot. Well batted, Wera Paruma. That was a nice shot, that sweep.
Yeah, not surprised that mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's just taken a couple of steps to his left. To where basically Wera Paruma had hit that previous delivery. Asking him more to play a paddle more than a sweep if he wants to try it again.
There's the dab. We'll call it the dab. Just a single this time.
Just listening to Dean Bush from Districts. Still no 72 hour left here. Jim, sounds as though a lot of their runs come in from the umpire's outstretched hand for the sound of that.
Is that right? Okay.
And stretch out wide. Overs. First ball of the overs.
We're going to have some overthrows here. It could be 5. It's going to be a tight run thing, but it does run into the steps right in front of us here. So it's probably worth a go, actually. What happened there is Spencer Day hit it well into the covers, and Jason Kilworth had a shy at the stumps. Well would go, but the guys backing up weren't quite there. Scorers. A good signal to the umpire. And it couldn't stop the 5 overthrows, or 4 overthrows, plus the 1 run. So he's signalling 5 run total.
That's interesting, because there definitely wasn't a run before that throw went in.
Right, so I mean, we should all be experts on this now, shouldn't we? After
we
a certain
should
event
after a couple of years, 18 months ago.
Has it been that long? So yeah, that's the question, whether the throw was released before they had crossed, and we're just getting a bit of consultation between the umpire and the scorer on that point, I imagine. So the fielders are asking if the batsman crossed, why is the batsman who hit the runs still on strike? fact he's not, so they're crossing.
They ran one across before the ball got over the line.
Oh, so the ruling is where when it crosses the line, not when the throw is released, apparently. Okay. As I say, we should all know that rule back to front, but some of us have spent 18 months trying to erase the events of that match from our memories. That's a beautiful shot. Cut away by Wera, and that is crossing the point boundary now. Really nice cut from Chana.
There's only a couple of metres between backward and forward point there, actually. They had the fielders there for that shot. Split it pretty good, and away for 4.
Yeah, really nice shot from Chana.
Just going back to your earlier comment, Jim, about a certain final. My landlord showed me a photo of a gas station in the middle of nowhere out towards Matamata in the Waikato, and it said, it was an odd nudge to COVID-19 as well, and it said, please remember to wash your hands like you would like to wash the memory of the 2019 Cricket World Cup final. And I was like, well, if that's an encouragement to someone to wash their hands properly, that's the way to do it, basically. When the English toured New Zealand before Christmas last year, my cricket club in Hamilton, our suburbs, managed to have a T20 match the day before the Hamilton Test match against the Barmy Army, and talking to a lot of them, might see a bit of a mix-up here. Day was certainly interested in the single, but Wera wasn't. And I managed to be able to ask everyone that went to commentary with us and say, did you think the result was fair? None of them. They all said no. Yeah. So even the English feel that New Zealand was hard done by on the day, even if their team
We've got a wicket here.
Oh,
Spencer Day has just clipped it out to mid-wicket, where Scott Pender, as I mentioned before, a very agile fielder, scooped it up around his ankles. So Spencer Day has to depart. Got hold of it quite nicely, and wasn't the worst shot in the world, just happened to be a fielder there. So that's the end of that promising partnership as well.
As you said, Jim, it was a decent cricket shot, and one that you don't normally suspect to bring about a wicket, but wasn't an easy kick. Certainly wasn't to the breadbasket of the fielder of Pemba. Did quite well to get that. So Stu Jensen, the new batsman for Auckland.
Here's another guy I haven't seen bat. Played quite a lot of good level cricket here in Auckland, I believe, cricket back in the day. This is his first season of Over-50s though. Got a little bit of work to do with more than 20 overs to go. Auckland have lost their 4th wicket, so a bit of rebuilding. Strong appeal first ball. I'm pretty sure there was bat in there at some stage, just a question of whether it came after it hit the pad.
Well, I was just having a look at my phone, and even I thought I had a bit of wood on that one. But cricket is funny, and umpires, as much as we like to think they're going to get every right to 100% of the time, they are also human.
Not suggesting that that was an incorrect decision by any
not
stretch.
at all. Here the scorers next to us talking about twos. There was a moment in the Test match during the New Zealand innings New Zealand were 4-4-4 for 4. That one didn't go unnoticed by the TV commentators, I think.
So is he allowed to bowl that actually 2 balls? So if he can only bowl
Ribs, perhaps?
Yeah, it didn't look comfortable of any means, and I suppose with Chana's height or lack of it, doesn't need to be too short to get it up in that area.
Petrie is pretty tall. I think he may well be one
certainly
of the
looks
tallest
tallest
guys in the
out there.
tournament.
Yeah.
He's has a high action. Lost his run up there. Actually came down to my nets at my club in Nelson a few days ago. Richard Petrie did. Bowled on our concrete artificial training wickets to some of my club mates. They did not enjoy it. Up in the ribs, a lot of it. That's gone straight up in the air. Will Petrie take it himself? Yes, he does. Easily taken. Reverse cup. Second wicket for Petrie. And it is another key wicket. He's got a bit of a knack of getting the key batsman out. It's Chana Paruma, shortly after scoring his 50. Caught and bowled Petrie.
Yeah, well, I think Petrie noticed that Paruma didn't like that length the ball before. Thought he'd try it again, and Paruma's just got up underneath it and skied it, and Richard called it pretty early. Safe pair of hands.
Both batsmen on naught, obviously. Jensen only having faced 2 balls, and Neil Ronaldson having just walked out to the middle. Neil Ronaldson, member of the New Zealand team. In fact, he's I believe, the fourth ranked over-50s cricketer in the world. Definitely in the top 10, 4th or 5th perhaps. Had a great World Cup, more with the ball than the bat, so we'll see him bowl later today, but he's got a job to do with the bat now.
Hey, he can hold the bat though. Sixth most runs at last season's IPT, so
Yes, and
certainly knows which end of the bat's which.
and most of those came in 6s.
Yeah, I actually think he might have hit the most.
Oh, by a stretch. Anyway, it's Petrie to Jensen now.
Last year's tournament at Hagley, at the outer fields at Hagley Park, is that correct?
Yes, and also Burnside Cricket Club, Burnside University West, or whatever they're called.
What were the boundaries like compared to these quite large ones?
Come back to that in a second as we see a great shot down the ground from Stu Jensen. Petrie over pitching a wee bit, and that is crossing the boundary now. 4 runs to Jensen. Longish boundary down there. Last year's boundaries, they were moderate. Probably a wee bit shorter than on this number 1 ground. Number 2 ground at Cornwall has about the same apparently. The final was on the Hagley Nursery ground, which is a beautiful ground.
It was full and through the keeper. I think batsman might have just had his pad there. It went through.
Right, let's test the math skills, shall we? We've got 20 overs left. 5 wickets down. What would you say is a best case score here?
Well, you've got to get to 200 to start with. That 4 and over from here will bring you 200. Fesa Tanu'u walking past with all the gear on, so I'd say he's most likely next. Or, no, the score is telling me probably not, but I'd say 220. Is that what you're feeling too there, Jim? Or yeah?
It's probably a score they feel they could defend. They've got a good bowling attack, Auckland. But they just have to be careful they don't topple over here, I think, having now lost half their side.
Houston starting this one pretty tidy. Into the 7th over, 2 for 23. Interesting action he's got too with that, just that over the head release. Just behind the keeper on the leg side, pick up a single.
Leg by, in fact.
Still came out very tidy though. Jensen with that single goes to 5. You know, after 6 overs, 108 for 5.
Give you a quick update from the other game. 107 for 2 districts. Bert Horner's been dismissed. Andrew Spence is still in, 40 off 71 balls. He's been joined by Adil Samani, former Northern District's first-class player. He's come to the wicket there. 107 for 2 after 27 overs, districts playing Canterbury Otago.
It's a good length, but it's popped a little bit there, Jim. Oh, the first one was seen to something a bit funny off the pitch.
Yeah, perhaps.
For quite a while.
Yeah, well, he does get bounce, Petrie, as I mentioned. Can get it into the rib area, which not too many guys at this level can. Not bowling at full pace, Richard Petrie. He's obviously trying to pace himself through the tournament, but still getting it through okay. Probably coming off 12 paces or so. Getting good photos. That one's in the air and straight to mid-off and taken. Scott McCullum came charging in to grab that one, and well, he did. So that's another one down for Auckland. That was Stu Jensen. Hit it crisply, but straight to the man. And that's another crucial wicket. That was one of the last recognised batsman, although we do have Officer Tunuu coming into bat now. He'll keep wicket today, batting at number 8. Tricky time to come in, actually, because Auckland still have 18 overs to bat, so they can't lose too many wickets, but they also need to set a defendable target. Tunuu will like this situation though. Former All Black, halfback, played for Manu Samoa. Won't be overawed by facing Richard Petrie. Yeah, of course, better known for his rugby exploits, Tunuu. Played a few games for the All Blacks in the 90s and for Samoa, as I said. Actually played cricket for the Samoa national team at the age of 49, the full Samoan team. That was just a year or two ago. Wicket maiden for Richard Petrie. He's got some pretty good figures. 3 for 24. That's half of the wickets to fall in the Auckland side. Hewson continuing, bowling to Ronaldson. All the fielders inside the circle, it looks like. Oh no, sorry, one wide, long on. But Ronaldson's not interested in that zone just yet. Just getting his eye in still. Good battle this between the two New Zealand team members. That is a nice shot and well half fielded by Dave Goldingham at mid-off. Prevents more than just one from that firm drive. Ronaldson's off the mark. He'll be happy about that, no doubt. Exactly the same field for Tunuu. So there's actually no one on the leg side more square than mid-wicket. And, oh, in fact there is a guy there hiding in the shade of the tree, but nowhere near where that shot went, although it was to the leg side. Yes, there is actually a man at deep backward square leg. I was wondering why such a position would be unmanned, but in fact it is manned. It's another really tight over from Hewson. Just the single off it. He's got 2 for 25 off 8, so much more like the Steve Hewson that we know, after conceding a few runs in his first couple of overs. Petrie also bowling to a fairly attacking field at this stage of the innings. There's one guy on the boundary, I think. That's Nav Harath, of course. He's on the square leg boundary. As the sounds of lunch being prepared in the background may have come through the microphone there. Professor Tanu looking for his first runs in the IPT. It's a short ball and he tries to sort of cut it away backward or square, just gets a little under edge. So we hear a big shout from the other game. John Gary unsuccessful in his appeal. Bit of a quiet period for Auckland here as they rebuild following lost those 2 or 3 quick middle order wickets.
Jake, you got drinks ready?
Is it 30? 29, is it?
Yeah. Next 29. Oh, this is 29, next over, end of next over.
Maiden over for Petrie. I'll just run through the scorecard so far. Maybe you're just joining us. John Cleland was caught. McCarty bowled Hughes. John Cleland was caught McCarty. Yep, bowled Hewson for 24. Mike Jamieson was bowled Dave Goldingham for 0. Adrian Dale was LBW Petrie for 16. Chanawera Paruma batted well before he was caught and bowled Petrie for 57 off 50. Spencer Day was caught, Pender bowled Hewson for 9. Stu Jensen was caught McCullum, bowled Petrie for 5. And here we are at 120 for 6. With Hewson to continue. So from 91 for 2, Auckland have collapsed somewhat, losing 4 or 5 wickets, 4 wickets for about 27 runs. It's got a pretty well set field here, Hewson. Hard to find runs unless you do something a little bit unorthodox. Which Neil Ronaldson can do, hasn't chosen to yet. Just getting himself settled in. Probably feels that he could have pulled that one. It was a short ball. Houston has protection out there. And that's another maiden. Second in a row. And the run rate has dropped below 4 and over as the players will take a drink, given that we've reached the 30 over. 119 for 6. 120 for 6. We're 1 run behind here on our scoreboard. Opportunity to give you an update from the Districts versus Canterbury Otago game. Districts are again keeping pace with Auckland in terms of the runs. They're 122 for 2 after 30 overs. Andrew Spence, he's getting close to his 50. He's on 49. It's taken him 81 balls, but he's still there. And Adil Samani is on 6 not out off 11 balls. Andrew Nuttall well into his spell over there. Molly as ever, the 63-year-old, oldest man in the tournament. He's had 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. Typical spell from Nuttall. In fact, he's continuing as we speak. You won't see it on your screens, but bowls yet another dot ball. This time to Adil Samani. Should be a good contest over there. Samani is a good player. Played first-class cricket, as did Nuttall. So the two games going at a similar tempo, 4 and over in both matches so far.
Yeah, Brian do it complain. So it's broadcasting it correctly. Just on listens. What's that?
Okay, we're ready to resume in the Auckland versus Wellington Tasman game. Scott McCullum back into the attack. It's his second spell. That's a nice shot from Tanu'u, probably enjoying the slightly slower pace. Drives that one down the ground and it just dribbles across the boundary in front of our camera there. 4 runs to Tanu'u. He'll feel good after that shot. Nice straight drive. McCullum hasn't quite hit his straps so far today. He's a wee bit expensive in his first spell. Got an opportunity from the other end today, the showgrounds end. Australian-born McCullum. Lives in Wellington now. Loves his cricket, as all these guys do. Quick single, oh, misfield by Hewson at mid-on there, allows them to get through.
Stuff JT.
Scott McCullum loves a good cricket tour. He's been on tour with the Cricketers Club of New South Wales a few times. I was lucky enough to share a tour with him to the United States and Canada back in 2015, I think it was. It's great to see him progressing into the over-50s. Another one scooped up in the air, but there's no one there to stop at that time, and that is edging towards the boundary. Is that one going to roll over the line too? It does. It teases the line and then finally crosses it. Another straight driven 4. That one to Robson, so that's his first boundary. Looks like a double change. Dave Goldingham, who opened the bowling, is returning for his second spell.
You're on a winner now.
Bowled pretty well early on, Goldingham. Took a wicket. Took the wicket of dangerous Mike Jamieson. Chopped on for a duck, so it was a good start for Goldingham. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 11. They've got plenty of bowling options, the Firehawks. Still got Harath to come back. They've got Petrie with overs up his sleeve. They've got Hewson's probably got a couple left. McCarty, lots of options. Here's Goldingham.
I know.
That's up in the air, easy catch at cover. Just spooned up, you will not see a simpler catch than that. Hamish French makes a très facile catch there at cover, and Tanutu's on his way. Yeah, won't be happy with that. Auckland needed him to really buckle down for these next 10 overs or so. So he's gone, and Wellington Tasman have their 7th wicket. Maya Chauhan is the new batsman, another newcomer to the Auckland, following some good performances in the warm-up games. So Maya Chauhan ready to face his first ball. Firehawks will sniff an opportunity to wrap up the Auckland here. May even be looking for a sub 150 score. Having said that, both these guys can bat. Chauhan's done pretty well with the bat. There's a few opportunities that he's had this season, and Ronaldson, well, he's a potentially dangerous batsman. Big swing from Chauhan there. I don't think he's going to mess around. And that is another wicket maiden. We've had a few of those today. Good comeback over from Goldingham. In fact, I've been reliably informed by our expert statistician that's the 4th wicket maiden that we've had in the game today. Scott McCullum wouldn't mind a wicket right about now. Just about to start his 5th over. Oh. Some less than accurate running from Ronaldson and Chauhan. Ronaldson was quite keen, but Chauhan was sat propped on his bat for most of that play, and then there was a wee fire at the stumps, but nothing came of it. Oh, it's in the air again, but that one's just over the head of short mid wicket, and it's going to be 4 right in front of me here. So Ronaldson taking advantage of that pretty loose delivery. It was a shin high full toss. So McCullum won't be getting one of those wicket maidens that everyone seems to be enjoying today, unless he gets it in a subsequent over. Not a bad crowd here at Cornwall Cricket Club. Interested locals coming and going. Beautiful spot here, Cornwall Cricket Club, on the edge of Cornwall Park, which, if you don't know it, is a nice big expanse of rolling hills in the middle of Auckland. Lovely spot. Cornwall Cricket Club is probably fair to say one of the better known clubs in the country. Lots of teams. Can perhaps check how many in a few minutes. Home club of a number of famous New Zealand and Auckland players, probably most notable of which would be Martin Crowe and Jeff Crowe and Mark Greatbatch. All played at this club right from their early days. And it really is a beautiful spot. We're sitting in a lovely clubhouse here under a veranda. Maybe around 10 teams at the Cornwall Cricket Club. It's adults teams, a couple of women's teams as well. Lots of junior cricket.
Mr. Morrison.
Appeal for a stumping there, but not out.
Calling you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was going to call you. Yeah, no, to see whether you're in the team.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good. Good looking one. Well done.
I'll grab you.
Johan, that's the way he likes to play. It's not going to go for 4. They've run 2, they're turning for the 3rd, and we're going to see another 3. So that went out into some vacant real estate, and Jason Kilworth had a long chase out to get it, but the batsman returned for 3. Big appeal for LBW. What have we got? Not out, says the umpire. Swing across the line from Chow in there. McCullum looked pretty adamant that that was out. But can't really tell from this angle what was wrong with that shout. But we'll trust the umpire. Oh, that's nicely timed. That's gone through the covers and it's easily going to go for 4 into the cut there, towards it. But no, another nicely timed shot from Chauhan. Boundary 4. Second one off the over. Good, thank you.
Made my way around there, Jim, taking some more photos of our great game.
Very good, nice day for photos too, I'd say.
Yeah, got a couple of that interesting looking ramp, scoop, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, we're still trying to define that one.
But I think I'll have to say, sure that one especially is posted. A couple of his teammates were pretty impressed, pretty happy it was taken anyway. So, what about batsman wouldn't have minded it if he'd got a bit more on it, I'm sure. But Wellington's bowling's been really good here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, not enough can be said about tight bowling through those middle stages, picking up wickets at regular intervals. Because I mean, just before I left here before, we were looking 210 maybe. You know, that's another 60 runs off 10 overs with only 3 wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be tough from here, I think.
Yeah.
To get 200, but you know, Chauhan's timed a few shots really nicely, and you know, we know what Ronaldson can do. Something like that, but that's gone straight up again, should be out, easily taken by Hamish French there in the covers. So just as we started to say that Ronaldson might do something good, he's done something bad, and he's out.
That's cricket though, and I don't mind it, you know. Don't blame him for trying to head over the top there, just didn't quite get enough of it.
Well, it looked like it was there for it. We're in the last 10 overs. Yeah, you can't really blame him too much.
That's the old argument of, do you fiddle around for those last 10 with a couple of wickets in hand, or do you just try and get those runs at the risk of your wicket? So it's always a good toss-up on what to do there. In hindsight, as they say, is 2020.
2021 now, I think you'll find.
I was waiting for someone to point that one out. It was pointed out to me the other day too that Nick not be a great year either because it's 2022.
So suddenly David Goldingham finds himself with figures of 3 for 14. He's done really well.
I was talking to him around on the boundary there and he seemed pretty happy with himself, so I didn't realise his figures were that impressive, so...
We'll be here now.
Yeah. The W always helps.
Reece Henderson, the new batsman. Plays for the Takapuna club here in Auckland. Best known for his off-spin bowling. In fact, he was the leading wicket taker at last year's IPT. But he needs to do a job with the bat here and now. And it seems like the job that he wants to do is having a swing, which he's done there.
He just threw the shot too early there, and to way into the bat. Man placed it mid-wicket though for that shot.
It is a long boundary, but he's collected it. Jason Kilworth out there. And they come back for 2.
I actually thought too he'd got a bit more than he had. Probably the old tail ender's folly. I won't have got too many tail enders considering I am one myself. Just
Another
got a
swing
fine
here.
touch on that.
Is it runs or
Oh, might
is it going to
actually
be
leg
leg
byes looking at
byes?
the way the umpire's shaping.
Yeah, he's starting to caress his own leg, the umpire there, which maybe warm up for a leg bye. Yes, it
There
is.
you go.
Yes, he's very elegant signal of leg bye there. So 2 leg byes, I believe.
So there's been a pretty good catch down on the boundary in the district's Canterbury Otago game. Actually,
Is that right?
Man, almost a straighter long off, taking it at a difficult height. Nav harassed back into the attack though in this game.
It looks like it might have been Andrew Spence who was dismissed over there, the left-hander who had reached his 50, and I believe he was on about 62.
Yeah, the bit that I was watching of that game, it was he was batting pretty well over there, so Canterbury wouldn't have Canterbury Otago wouldn't have minded that one. The mainlanders.
Score in that game before that wicket, 167 for 2 with about 10 overs to go, so they're getting on with it pretty well. Adil Samani's scored a run of ball 35, and he's still in. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. We've got Navinja Herath back into the attack. Bowled quite well in his first spell, but he's still gone 6 and over.
I was just looking at his figures there. I'm quite surprised he's gone for surprised at his figures, but so just see 2 runs out to the cover boundary. As someone did state, as the scorers have stated, there was that 5 overthrows that happened.
Oh, yeah.
Misfield at short cover. Resulting in a single to Race Henderson. Hope you're enjoying the action of the Over-50s IPT 2020-2021 here at Cornwall Park, Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland. Reverse, and it's just over. Backward point. It should go for 4, and it will.
He wasn't dissuaded by the lack of success of his scoop shot. He's
yeah.
pulled out the reverse sweep and he's headed over third man for 4.
I would say that, I should have had the camera out for that one, but due to where we're positioned, I'd probably only get the pole.
No, that was a great
that
shot.
photo.
He got enough of it to get it over short third man's head. That's Scott Pender there, who leapt up to try and grab it, but couldn't. So well done for Chauhan.
This one's flicked off his pads with short fine legs there.
It's his third boundary, Chauhan, in his 15. Looks like a good guy to have coming in at this stage of the innings. likes to play some unorthodox shots. We've seen 2 of them so far.
Profitable over for Auckland there, 8 from it. So even though wickets have fallen regularly and recently, they're still picking up some runs. Oh. Tell us what's happened over there. Jim, I've missed
in
that.
the Districts game, we've seen the batsman hit the ball down to mid-off and stumble and fall over halfway down while completing the single. Managed to get up in time and avoid
I only saw him when he's got up, so I figured
no, he definitely went down first.
Figured something entertaining had happened over there by yours and others' reactions. This one's gone through and missed everything looking at this.
Yeah, it's all happening here, Bevan. We've got people falling over, we've got wild swings, we've got buys by the looks of things. Yes, the umpire signals buys. How many buys did they run there, scorers? 2, thank you.
Interesting. Extras currently 11. $13 with those 2 buys. Do you normally see extras reasonably high compared to, maybe Premier grade cricket?
Well, some over-50s leagues have odd rules with wides, where you get like a free wide per over. Fortunately, we're not playing those rules in this tournament, just playing normal cricket. But generally, the bowlers at the higher levels are able to avoid spraying it.
Yeah, I've been trying to build a sixes tournament in 10s in a couple of weeks, and been trying to think of my own interpretations of the rules. So
keep it simple.
Yeah, there is that as well.
The fewer changes, the better, I reckon. As we see, semi-confident appeal.
Most of the rules are based on what we normally play on a Sunday. And I haven't had any complaints about them yet, so. This one slashed to Haraf on the cover boundary. Coming in. Just a single. This one's flipped round. Deep good square coming around to wide fine leg position. Not sure whether it's me, Jim, at the end of that over though. It seems to be under the canopies about 10 degrees cooler than what it is fast side, basically to the left of the screen. Even with those trees around, it's pretty hot that side of the field.
I'll take your word for it, Bevan. I haven't left the shelter of the veranda so far.
That's smart thinking though, Jim. That's someone that uses their brain.
Oh no, the hotter the better, I reckon. We don't get especially long winters here, summers here in New Zealand, so enjoy them while they're here.
You can tell which part of the country you're from, Jim, with comments like that of the sun. I think there's usually discussion between. Well, discussion might be putting it lightly. Between what's the sunny capital of New Zealand? Nelson, where you're from, or Napier?
Blenheim Blenheim likes to get involved in that too.
Oh, Venom likes to stick its nose in, does it?
Speaking of Blenheim, Marlborough boy Scott McCarty coming in for his second spell. I believe he was born in Blenheim or Picton. Before he travelled around quite a bit, as I mentioned before, played first-class cricket for Otago and I think Auckland and definitely Wellington. Now he's playing over-50s cricket for Wellington, Tasman, so man of many teams.
Spreading the love around.
Quick update from the district's Canterbury-Otago game. 176 for 4 after 37 overs. Dil Samani was recently dismissed for 43. Wow, and we've seen another extraordinary shot from Chowan. What has he done there? He's
hit the ball at least, I can tell you that much, but aside from that...
I think not quite sure how to define that shot. It's like a reverse scoop, maybe.
Reverse scoop, sort of switch hit.
Yeah. Oh well, you got 2 runs for it. Good on him.
Maybe he's been watching a bit of Glenn Maxwell batting the Big Bash over in Australia.
We're used to those sort of shots on the TV, but we don't generally see 50-year-olds playing them. Now, what were the leg by scorers? No, just a run off the bat. Okay.
So I just had a look back at that, and it was basically a reverse sweep that he just got up underneath it and hit it over backward point. This one is straight to mid-off. It was hit clean and well. But Richard Petrie's taken that about straight height. Not sure, difficulty for him. And Auckland lose their 9th wicket.
Yeah, good catch from Petrie. He's one of the taller fellas in the tournament, and as you say, it was going about face level. He gave the old reverse cup, made it look quite easy. Henderson trying to accelerate a wee bit with just 6.5 overs left. But he's gone. Auckland have lost their 9th, as you say, Bevan, and it's up to the last pair to survive these last 6.2 overs. Or thrive. Survive or thrive.
Well, I think they really do have to bat these last 6 and a bit overs. And even if they go 3 and over from here.
I suspect the tactics might be that the new batsman Amitej Randhawa may play a little more defensively, and I can't see Chauhan changing the way that he's been playing.
Well, it's worked for him too. So, best thing is when in cricket, doesn't matter which discipline it is. If it's working for you, don't change it generally.
Yes, Randhawa's rocking the old school towel hat. Not sure if that comes through on the stream there.
It's still around though.
Yeah, it's made a comeback, isn't it?
Because there's one of the guys who plays last man stands for Court Short, which is a bit top team in the country. Jared Hartz, he rocks the old towel hat as well. Pretty proud of it when he walks out to bat.
2 Indian-born batsmen at the crease now. Amitej Randhawa on strike. He's looking busy right off the.
I was just going to say there wasn't too much defensive about that. It was a forward prod to mid wicket and took off, but not sure what his thinking was there taking off, because it was hit straight to the fieldsman. And this just skirts offside. So Scott McCarty finishes his fourth over.
We've seen quite a few wickets today that have been scooped up to the fieldsman in the inner ring, so perhaps that might indicate a bit of a slow wicket out there.
That's what I was saying earlier on. It just seemed quite soft out there, the pitch. So that might be playing its part. Maybe not coming through to the batsman without too much pace on it, as the batsman's expecting. And even though Wellington's bowling's been really good, you can't.
Oh, we've seen a pretty good shot there. That's Chauhan. Looks like he is going to continue in that vein. He's not going to reach the big. As Kilworth comes across, fielded that long extra cover boundary, but two to Chauhan, that keeps him on strike. That's good for Auckland.
A lot of the dismissals have been due to the batsman. And the bowling's been really good, but not too many of the wickets have been genuine bowlers' deliveries, or especially down to bowlers' deliveries. This one is played out to deep under wicket for a single. So Auckland's just gone ahead of the third lowest score at last season's IPT. It's a bit of a half milestone for them there. So mid wicket for a single. To long on. The games I've seen out here, though, Jim, I've actually only watched T20 out here, but it does tend to favour the bowlers this pitch. I was talking to Dean Bush earlier, and he was talking about Donovan Grobler, which reminded me in Last Man Stands last season, and the IPL format that Last Man Stands does, called the Super Series. Donovan actually managed to pick up 4 wickets and 4 balls. Only time I've ever seen a double hat trick. Some might say Last Man Stands, it's not elite level, but it's still pretty good competition out there, and only time I've actually ever seen a double hat trick happen. And have seen some pretty low scores in a couple of Premier games or club games that I've watched out here.
So 5 overs to go. In terms of run rate, Auckland, they probably are on track for that 200 score. It's just this is the last pair at the crease. So obviously a lot resting on Maya Chauhan, who's moved pretty well through to 25 not out. If he can keep going and Randhawa can keep pushing it around, then score close to 200's probably on the cards, or attainable at least.
Is this going in? Is this going in?
No. Scott McCarty, continuing from the ASB Showgrounds end.
Chahan just trying to get this one finer than the man at backward point. Can't do so though. The number 9 batsman, he's doing pretty well out here. Chahan seems to know what he's doing. This one is odd, just through the gap. Mid-on having to turn and chase. They pick up a couple. Next delivery, just a flick of the wrists. And only a single Thrath comes round.
Rundell was doing his job, which at this stage is to not get out. Chauhan's doing almost all the run scoring. Rundell will probably just try to stay in.
Looked pretty solid in defence on that shot though.
Amatej Randhawa bowls a bit of off spin. We'll look forward to watching him bowl a bit later. Bowled Wellington's IPT.
So McHardy's fifth over comes to an end, 1 for 22. Looks as though David Goldingham is going to bowl out here. 3 overs for 24. A couple of maiden.
22. We'll get the final score shortly. So that is the end of the Auckland innings. Goldingham collects his 4th wicket, so that was an excellent effort from him. 4 for 24 he ended up with. Well done to him, and Wellington Tasman will be very pleased with their effort. Bowling the home team out within the 45 overs. Really good effort. They're walking off looking very pleased, getting a which I'm sure you can hear. Just run through the scorecard before we disappear. Mike Jamieson was bowled Dave Goldingham for 0. John Cleland was caught McCarty, bowled Hewson for 23. Adrian Dale was LBW to Richard Petrie. Chana Wiraparuma caught and bowled Richard Petrie for 57. Spencer Day caught Pender, bowled Hewson for 9. Stu Jensen caught McCullum, bowled Petrie for 5. Neil Ronaldson caught French, bowled Goldingham for 10. Officer Tanu'u also caught French, bowled Goldingham, this time for 4. Reece Henderson
tablet's on 20% and it's not charging.
Why not?
Don't know. So it's plugged in.
Yeah. Do it a different charger. No, not charger.
I can see it. I'm sorry.
That's alright. No problem. No, it's not it. Another one that fell down. What's in that? Is that a...
Is there a way of turning it off so it can charge?
Well,
Because that might be.
yeah, I don't know.
Because generally, when you're trying to hold, trying to get it to charge often, they don't. It loses.
Must be a problem with that port. So it seems to be charging on yours now.
Okay.
No, hang on, it's going to not charge.
No, it would have been because of mine was waking up. So it should be now.
No?
No.
Strange,
Okay,
isn't it?
I'll try something.
Okay. Pardon? Yeah, good, I think. Yeah.
You had a few comments online, any comments in?
Yep, people are hearing it. And, yeah, sounds like it's going well.
Have you got a camera behind stuff somewhere?
It's over there.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
White line, no, you've got.
No, but my cable's only so long.
What was the final score, Jim? What was the final
In this game? 1-7...
1-7.
1-7-1? Yeah, 1-7-1, I think. Yeah, good effort from you guys. Good fielding from you, man. Oh, ran around crazy. You had all that area to cover.
Never didn't go anything past me, but anyway, some goal there is couple of runs and safe.
And you were a bit unlucky with the bowling with that 5 overthrows. It was worth a go. It was worth the throw, but yeah, it's bad luck for you. Have you had some lunch?
Yeah.
Oh, forgot it.
No, it's so it charges more. I don't know how to do that though. No, there it is. I've seen it, but you sure you got enough on that plate? Yeah, just. Fair enough then. No, like my laptop's not charging, but he's got the iPad on to charge instead.
On the same. The bug here was the same connector.
Yeah. I was just wondering why it was plugged in, but not. I watched Hamilton cricket, or NB, but I'm here to know that sort of paddle system. The way you guys do for sports, the way you guys do things. Oh, is it? Same, I thought I've seen something else when I've done other commentary from Auckland cricket.
When we were in Aussie World Cup,
Yeah.
they stuck us up the back of a few of the
Whereabouts was it? Sorry. What?
Sydney.
Yeah, no, what ground? Sorry.
We were at Old Kings Oval in Parramatta.
Oh, I've heard of it. Yeah.
So it was one of the grounds where we had dark background behind us. We're waving in the umpires. And we're trying to find a bit of cardboard or something white.
Fair enough then.
And then when we played England, at Boral, Reference Ground.
Yeah.
The
Oh, but hang on a minute. That sounds familiar.
English guy, he had an old tape in his back which he peeled off the rubber and painted it white.
Well, that's what I originally thought it was just a paddle, but then I realised no, you've got lights and everything on it. So
I thought, well, it's a little bit better, mate. But it's still very light. These are just a string of Christmas tree lights.
yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So that's why it's so fat, because it's so many bloody cables, because they're all spaced that far apart.
Yeah, because they're Christmas lights.
You can get it really good if you bought individual LEDs and wire them up properly.
Why that hassle? It was quite funny. I was umpiring with Premier Tube. That lasted half a day. Went and watched our A's as they went out to bat, and A's cricket in Hamilton. There's just not enough umpires, so. And the player umpire kept looking over at me. And he said he couldn't figure out why I wasn't signalling him. And he said, why the hell you'd gone from bloody been look at long on me, and why you're scoring all the way over there when the teams didn't realise that when I was at mid wicket, the opposition's 12th man was scoring 2-3 metres away from me. So, no. Yeah, standing on field. You know, he was a
he was a good distance from me, but he just couldn't figure out why I wasn't in goal team. And I'd clicked that's why he was getting frustrated and confused is because he just thought Bevan's there, so he'll be scoring. And we'd offered to do it, but no, the guy was pretty happy to, and I'm like, well,
I'm waiting to get pulled up as I go through airport security with this thing with a whole lot of wires and the battery.
no, plain sailing?
Not yet.
No, fair enough.
The work was done all the way through Sydney and South Africa. And
Oh, yeah, South Africa, yeah.
and a couple of times down to Christchurch. Yeah, but you can get anything in South Africa. You go through.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Not that it was.
Or immigration, and they just stamp your passport. And then we were coming into land, and our host says, "Oh, did I thought that I didn't get a landing card put out, what the declaration form?"
Yeah.
No, no,
What a declaration form.
there isn't one. And then we go through, and then you walk through, who's the customs going to check all your bags? There's one person standing there.
Was this at Cape Town or did you fly somewhere else first?
We landed in Joburg.
In Joburg, yeah.
Joburg. And then you walk past them, and then if they think they'll just pull you aside. Otherwise, you just walk past them. You're not asking them if they have a flare or anything like that.
Sure. TIA though, eh? You like TIA? This is Africa.
Right behind me, there's 3 or 4 sleep bags all wrapped up in plastic. They pulled them aside. They look very good. With that empty bag.
Uh, 173, isn't it? This one?
Yeah.
I don't know what district centre they're from, but we got 250 with an over to go. Yeah. Because I mean, their run rate to start with was a bit slow. I mean, it was the same at the school, but the school was the same, but it was completely I think it was the guy that was trying to take photos off, but every time I did, something got in the way. Tyrell. Sold it to the highest bidder. Rather than tell you.
Surprised you can get data at 20 miles off the coast.
Yeah. I've lost my plate. I can't show you what I was going to show you. We're on Creek HQ is it being schooled? Because I can't find it. I can only find last year's tournament. Someone come.
Okay. Well, maybe
you
I
send
should
me
share
that?
a link then
Share the link. Yeah.
for the tournament. Yeah. Yes, it is. Let's see what it's up to.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be.
30. Is it 27? Yeah. Okay. If it gets really low, we can just plug it in. We can shift over and take. I don't know. We'll work something out if we get into the teams.
You can use my phone if it has, if it has to come to it. I've got the app. I mean, obviously not as big as a iPad.
Players are back on the field. Two Wellington players. We've got Scott Pender and is that Petrie? Stretch? Greg Stretch. Okay.
How do you know that sort of stuff?
Scott Pender and Greg Stretch opening the batting for Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Mark Robinson will be opening the bowling for the Auckland Cavaliers. One's 172 is the target for the Firehawks. If you missed the Auckland innings, they were dismissed for 171. I'll go through the scorecard in a minute. Nice flowing cover drive. Say a bit of a collapse in the middle before a little bit of a recovery again in the end. So Auckland had a bad start to their innings with Mike Jamieson bowled for a duck, and then they lost John Cleland for 24, Adrian Dale for 16, Chanawira Perumu batted really well for his 57. Another beautiful cover drive from Scott Pender. That is his favoured shot. He loved a drive, so I think the Auckland bowlers will learn pretty soon that they should stay away from that area. Joined by a man who is no stranger to the commentary position, Richard Petrie, captain of the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Richard, you happy with the target that you're chasing down here?
Definitely. I think we played here a month ago and we were chasing 340, so 170 is a lot better than that.
And you're not opening the batting, obviously, because you're sitting here next to me. Why is that?
Because I'm batting 4 and you can only bat in one position at a time.
Knows the laws of cricket inside out, does Richard Petrie?
Bowled a lot of overs. My fitness is very good at the moment, so as you know, so can't do everything.
Fitness honed by a recent trip down to Nelson with the Wakatu Cricket Club boys. We've now got John Cleland opening the bowling from the hill end. What were your impressions of the pitch out there, Richard?
It was quite good. They won the toss and decided to bat. It did a wee bit, and a bit in the air as well. I think it was pretty good. I think once you get in, it's a good wicket.
Over my head?
So, you know.
No, we're looking well over your head, Hazel.
And how are you feeling after your marathon bowling spell?
Good, feeling good. Yep, no, body's good. We got 5 overs. Unpaid holiday? No, he said no, and they kept appealing. Big LB shout.
Yep, some differing opinions from from the peanut gallery as to whether that should have been given out. Greg Stretch on strike from Marlborough. So he's representing the Tasman contingent of the Wellington Tasman Firehawks.
You say a lot less than Brian Waddle in describing the balls. You're an economy of motion, really, aren't you? You follow the 80-20 principle.
Is that a good thing?
Less is more. I think so. I think that the silences are poignant. The way Jim does it. Whee!
No one's got through. That'll be Stretch's first runs as he doubles up and comes back for two. Of course, Brian Waddle, more of a radio man than a TV man. Here we have the pictures to help us do the talking.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Richie Beno says you don't need to say what they can see. You add to the picture. Whereas a lot of the commentators haven't taken that on board. They like to tell everybody what you can already see. But our plan here is just to maintain wickets, get a good. You don't need to go at a lightning pace. We just get through the first 15 overs, maintain wickets, and I think if we maintain our wickets, we can probably, do this comfortably. If we start losing wickets and things like that, who knows? But maintain your wickets, the runs will just flow. It's kind of like stating the obvious, but sometimes you have to remind yourself of the obvious, and that's what doing the basics is good. So 2 off the first 2 overs, and that's fine by us.
Auckland had a reasonable start at drinks. I think they were about 80 something at drinks, but then they lost 5 wickets for the space of about 28 runs at one stage, and that was probably the difference between what they got, which was 170, and the potential 220 perhaps.
250, yeah.
250 even. Saw some fireworks in the other game. Districts ending their innings on a high, the 255. Thanks largely to a blistering 48 from Chris Jeffries off just 15 deliveries. 6 sixes in that innings. Andrew Spence top scoring for districts with 62, and Adil Samani scoring 43. Mark Robinson, local boy, plays for the Parnell Cricket Club here in Auckland. Fairly aggressive sort of opening bowler. Not shy of saying the occasional word to a batsman. Both batsmen, Greg Stretch and Scott Pender, have played a couple of nice, well-timed drives, but without beating the fielders. Good signs for them, knowing that they really only need 4 and over from here on in. They've got plenty of time. Good fast outfield, plenty of room for 2s and 3s. That is a good shot from Stretch. He's cut away. Great timing again. And that races into the tree down there at the point boundary. No cutting it off for the third man. 4 runs to Stretch. Good shot.
We investigated Canadian IPL league.
Oh, yeah.
We got approached to throw a couple of bands at the Lions, and he reported it. So us here, we not forgot to go from Brighton, he got around and good international cooperation with Canadian authorities, us, the Indians.
Cavaliers,
I mean, I know that's what the Players Association did the whole Egypt.
in addition to Mark Robinson and John Cleland, who we've already seen. I imagine we'll see fairly soon Neil Ronaldson, Adrian Dale, and the spinners, Maya Chauhan, Reece Henderson and Amitaj Randhawa. So 3 frontline spinners in the Auckland lineup. Plenty of bowling options. Dale can really afford to chop and change his bowlers today.
Yeah, and he's
Put it back to the court now.
Yeah.
To go. Some judge prejudice because he liked this. But there is some big money to be made on it. Like you say, the football through Asia.
Yes.
We went shot.
Come on.
Push for 2 here. Scott Pender is very quick between the wickets, 52 or 53-year-old, and he gets back easily for that double.
Well, it's even on. I was just reading one the other day about that guy who's got in trouble because he told what club he was transferring for football.
Right.
And people, some of his mates were betting on it. There was a bet. He was going to stay.
Bit of cloud cover coming over Cornwall Park in the last few minutes. Be interesting to see if it has any effect on the conditions for the players. Might make it a little bit more enjoyable for the fielders. It was very humid in the first innings.
What would you even think about betting whether someone's going to transfer or not?
Someone's making money out of it somewhere.
Both these 2 batsmen in their first season of over-50s cricket. Greg Stretch already has a 70 to his name. I believe it was at this ground where Greg Stretch scored 70 in an unsuccessful pursuit of Auckland's massive 50 on that day. So he's chasing a lower target today. And he's made a good start. Meanwhile, Scott Pender from the Eastern Suburbs Cricket Club in Wellington, based at Kilburnie Park there. Scott grew up in Hataitai, went to the same school as me. I was in the same class as his brother Matt Pender. And Scott played for what was Kilburnie, played senior cricket there. Still very fit. So it's been a measured start to this chase for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. I think they're quite keen to avoid losing early wickets. No sort of real signs of a group. We heard Richard Petrie saying that that's exactly what they want to do, just get a good base and take it from there. Seems we had mistakenly written as Adrian Dale on the screen. That's been fixed now. Apologies for that. As we mentioned earlier, not a lot of teams pack the slips cordons at this level. Auckland have a slip and a gully in place. And they've got a third man on the boundary, and that's the only fielder out. You are allowed 3 fielders outside the 30-metre circle first 15 overs, and then 4 out for the next block of 15, and then 5 out for the last block of 15. So it's a good contest for the first 5 overs. Bat versus ball. Mark Robertson has now bowled 3 overs, none for 5. Good start from him. And Pender's on 3.
It's just confusing.
Here we go. Cleland to continue.
Shabash, JC. Still an aggressive confuse everybody else. Don't allow it.
And they're back on the field in the other game, Districts versus Canterbury Otago, with the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders chasing 256 to win that game. It's nicely dabbed down to third man by Stretch. Good fielding by Spencer. Very athletic. Slides and picks up and flings it in back over the stumps. Couple to Stretch. Has a reputation as being a pretty good fielder, Spencer Day. He's fit and agile, and we saw him chase that one very athletically. There'll be more runs. There's a lot of gaps in this field. Pender wanted 3, but
Bringing out the experience.
yeah, Stretch just stretches out the hand to say 2 will be enough.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't take it on. Because I told the best I was standing up. He said, really? I said, yeah, good. Peaches said, just line up to me. So I thought he was finishing. I didn't say he was doing another over. So I stand up and look up. Oh, no, mate, I'm going back. Peaches looking at me. Yeah.
It's going to be signalled leg byes. Just one of them.
Oh, yeah, okay. The problem with Scotty's name again,
Yeah.
we could win him up last year, wasn't he? Didn't show him. The two behind one of those posts down there.
That's a nice crisp shot, and fielder at mid-off there, Ronaldson, couldn't get the body behind it. It's gone through him, and he's got to get after it. And we see well run 3. So we saw quite a few 3s in the Auckland innings. Surprising number, in fact, and that is the first of the Wellington innings. It was a really nicely hit drive from Stretch. It deserved some runs, and Ronaldson probably would have preferred to field it to save himself that 40-metre chase to collect it. The Firehawks probably getting that solid start that they were looking for. They're only going at 2.6 and over for the first 6.5, but they haven't lost a wicket, which is the key. So I think they'll be pretty pleased. We do have some guys come later who can hit quickly, score quickly. Crowd starting to build up here at Cornwall Cricket Club as we enter the mid-afternoon stage. Members of the club, friends of players, family, bookers. big flashing attempted cut shot from Pender there, but no contact. And that brings Robinson's 4th over to a close, so he's only going at 2 and over. Just the 8 off his 4 overs.
My brother just texted me, he found it now, I put him on the right. I thought it was a crick and flow right.
Still no changes to the bowling attack. But there'll be a change to the score as Stretch flicks that full toss out through square leg for a boundary 4. Again, nicely timed. It's been the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen. Stretch. Moved up to 17 of 20 balls. A good start from Greg Stretch, the Marlborough man. And shot on square on the other side now, on the offside. It's almost the exact opposite of the shot before. The other one went flying through. There's going to be more runs for Stretch here. There's no one within cooey of that one as it runs down to line leg. And Scott Pender, the uber fit Scott Pender, easily back for 3. Just what the Firehawks would have liked there after a fairly slow start. 4, a 4 and a 3. And there's some action in the other game here. As we see, Districts have dismissed one of the form batsmen of over-50s cricket this season, Craig Gibb. I didn't see that. Did anyone see what happened over there? No.
I think it was a catch sort of in the gully point area.
Okay. So, key wicket for Districts, dismissing Craig Gibb. Back on the number 1.
Quite enjoyed it.
So it's all happening here at Cornwall Park.
You want to interview me?
He's had a lot of sensible conversation today.
As I'm delighted to join into the commentary position a fellow Nelsonian, Jason Kilworth.
Afternoon.
Jason fielded for Wellington Tasman Firehawks in the first innings. How did you feel that you went as a team out there, Jason?
Well, Auckland for 172. I think that's under par for them. They'll be disappointed. So we
we fielded very well, we bowled very well, and we caught very well. So I think we only dropped one hard catch. So it was overall very good. Now we've just got to sort it for the batting. It looks pretty solid at the moment.
Indeed, would you describe yourself as favourites at this point?
Favourites? I'll tell you after the game. How about that?
Oh, good boy.
We're in a strong position. How about that?
He didn't get a bowl today, Jason.
They're
Do you think he'll get a bat?
saving the weapon for tomorrow.
Saving the weapon, okay.
Well, I may not get a bat either.
Saving that weapon as well.
Well, it's a good day.
It's a small one.
What was your take on the wicket, Jason?
A bit sticky early on, but still got a bit coming. Still came through, and I think it was quite hard to bat on, to be honest, initially. It's probably easier now. It's dried out. And,
We noticed quite a few catches seem to be sort of spooned up to the men inside the circle. Is that a factor of that stickiness?
yeah, I think so. Yeah. All kind of at head height or waist height, really. I don't know how many, maybe half a dozen, maybe 5 or 6. Yeah. The ball not quite coming on. Kind of suited our bowling, to be honest. Shot!
Great shot from Stretch through, widened it on, and Randall will not.
He's from Marlborough.
We've noted that, yes. From the Marlborough man, that's his 4th boundary, Stretch.
Caught by the keeper.
Hey?
And that was, again, beautifully timed, wide of the mid-on fielder. So he's looking quite good, Greg Stretch, so far. Moved to 28 of just the 24 deliveries, well into his stride. As we farewell Jason Kilworth from the commentary position. Good luck, Jason. Oh, and we just talked about the lack of slip catching, and we see a catch at first slip. Stretch, just when he was looking good, has guided one into the hands of the slip fieldsman there, who was Stu Jensen, and so Stretch is gone. A big breakthrough there for the Auckland guys. They'll be delighted at that. They were starting to get maybe a little bit worried as Stretch was very nicely hitting the ball square and straight. So dismissing him will be a big boon for the Auckland guys. In fact, Stretch made 31, not 28. Your batsman is Hamish French, who I believe plays for the Wellington Collegians club. Oh, he plays for East too. Yes, he's a fellow Easts player. So two Eastern suburbs batsmen batting together. These guys would have played a lot together over the years.
From the bit I saw there, Jim, that opening stand seemed to be doing pretty well. Looked pretty solid. There's some nice scoring shots being played out there. Quick single at mid-wicket here. Oh, good shot at the stumps. That would have been interesting.
Oh, that was some high-octane over-50s cricket right there. Very, very quick single, very quickly fielded, quickly thrown. I think we all need a deep breath after that. These two batsmen will run very well between the wickets. They're both very fit, very fast for their age.
Quite like this, Jim. The couple of the Wellington boys behind us, you know, chatting away and giving credit to both sides. To be honest, it was a good shot, as they said. Good shot, good fielding as well. Coach at the moment, health in the way of Wellington Tasman. 140 from 36 overs, 9 wickets in hand. Moses in front currently.
Quick update from the other game. Canterbury, Otago, 10 for 2. Both openers out, Gibb and Scott. Two guys who have been in fantastic form this season, so that's a bit of a turn up for the books over there. But we've got two other good batsmen in now, John Gary and Andrew Hoare. 10 for 2, and we see a beautiful shot from John Gary, flicked over mid-wicket. So good chase on there. We'll keep you updated there.
Opening bowlers for districts over there doing really well, actually keeping it nice and tidy. The odd one a little bit wide, but you know, it is pretty tidy bowling for them over there. Both fields seem to be saying that the pitch is playing a little bit slow up and down, a bit spongy. Bounce the balls, just see it run down to fine leg. And 2 leg byes it is.
Sorry, how many runs there?
Delivery.
So we've got Adrian Dale into the attack now, replacing John Cleland at the hill end. Captain of Auckland, captain of New Zealand. Could be quite handy on this pitch, I'd imagine.
Seems to get a bit of varying bounce out there. Tonight he's just taken one at chest height, that last one almost halfway up his shin. So it's back at the length and just guided down to that third man for a single. One of these changes that have happened this season, of course, Jim, due to COVID, is bowlers not being able to give their attire to the umpires anymore. So it makes for some interesting improvisations from teams on how to handle that. I know the district's bowlers over there, he ran from mid-off to long on, placed his hat and glasses over the boundary and then went into bowl. tonight is standing up. Pretty confident with that. Good interest there from everybody, but no run. Conditions still overcast here at Cornwall Park. The sun is trying to peek out, keeping things a little bit warm. Right.
You carry on.
Neil Ronaldson is the new bowler for the Auckland side. This one's just fended, but taken off there and turned around. This one's a French and he just clips it off his legs. Yep. 2 leg buys it is. Might need buys, tested actually, it's about the 4th or 5th. Leg buys I've called runs. French just caught halfway on the crease there. Into point. Two of 7 currently is French. Just another forward defence. Good looking one there. Another wicket over in the districts game there, Jim.
Oh, wow. There's a turn up.
Things are starting to fall a bit there. And this one is flipped round. Backward square leg, having to turn around to deep fine leg.
Super run in from Pender.
Yeah, a lot of encouragement from behind us for that to make it 3, and he did.
Yeah, these guys are really going to run hard. They're going to run the Auckland guys as much as they can. Two really fit batsmen. Oh, uppercut over point, and that runs into the boundary. What a great shot that was. Well played, Scott Pender. Very good.
Certainly seen some great shots today. We've seen some interesting looking innovations as well, but the shot selection out there is what you'd expect from the calibre of batsman.
Well, that was a really good one, and brings Wellington Tasman Fire Hawks to an even 4 and over after the first 11 overs. They'll be quite happy with that. They've lost the 1 wicket, but they're going at the run rate that they need, so they'll be quite pleased, I reckon.
Well, the main thing is for them, and I know you and Richard Petrie touched on it at the start of the innings, it's all about those the wicket columns. If they, even if they take it into that 43rd, 44th, 45th over, as long as you haven't lost those wickets, you should do it easily.
Oh, Richard, is he blocking the thing? Another tight single here.
Oh,
and he's got him.
Yeah. What a throw!
That was outstanding. He needed to be at his best there to run one of these guys out because they were going for everything, and he did very, very well there, the fieldsman, Neil Ronaldson.
Side on one stump to aim at, and
he
hit it flush.
He did indeed, yep.
Yeah.
Excellent work. It could be a crucial point in this game.
If there was keeper or bowler.
Yeah, outstanding there from Neil Ronaldson. It was always going to be a tight single as French just pushed it up to mid-on and took off straight away, as they've been doing all partnership, but Ronaldson picked it up cleanly. Didn't have far to throw it, but it was side on, and he hit it side on, and the umpire had no hesitation, said, Hamish French, you're out.
When it comes to fielding, it's the hardest thing really to do. It's just dive, throw it from the ground basically, and then you've got the side-on factor. So nothing was really in favour of Neil Ronaldson there, other than the distance he had to throw. But yeah, it worked quite well. To Petrie at the non-strikers, there. There's a big.
We've got a bit more action here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, we were basically saying the same thing there, Jim, so that's fine.
Big shout for LBW, but not out. So things are livening up here after a bit of a slow start.
So it's a square leg for a single.
I don't think we'll see the same sort of helter-skelter running between these two as we did between Pender and French. Petrie prefers to deal in even-numbered scores. May not see too many threes when Petrie's at the wicket.
Fourth highest strike rate at the last year's IPT. No, best average of 102 and most runs 204, so definitely knows the end of the bat, which he should with a reputation like Peaches. And this is out to mid wicket.
It will be one of those even-numbered scores.
Yep.
A 2 to get off the mark for Petrie.
I think he must have heard Richard, our scorer here next to us, saying not many of those run. Just prove him wrong.
A good battle this. Adrian Dale versus Richard Petrie, two of the main players in the New Zealand team. Petrie had the first laugh, dismissing Adrian Dale in Auckland's innings. Who will have the last laugh?
Yeah, well, that dismissal too. It was a caught and bowled, so...
LBW, in fact.
Oh, was it LBW? Sorry. I'm thinking of Petrie's other wicket that he got. For caught and bowled.
That's it, you're done.
49 for 2 after 12, still going at 4s at the moment.
Just checking in on Canterbury Otago's chase. They're 33 for 3. John Gary was the last to go. So Dean Reid and Andrew Hoare are batting over there.
One of the things I'm finding, Jim, this is, as I said at the start of the day, it's my first introduction into over-50s cricket. This is a good one, just backward point. Man on the boundary though for a single. It's camaraderie that's going on around here, and I mean, of course, you know, there's a competitiveness and everybody wants to win, but it's quite laid back and not too tense.
Yeah, I don't think you get the niggle and some of the sort of bad behaviour that you occasionally get with the younger fellas. Everyone's pretty mature, obviously. They've played a lot of cricket. They know how to behave, but also they play seriously. And as I said earlier, you don't lose that competitive edge. You just maybe lose some of the aggro and.
No. Oh yes, sorry, yes, it is just a dot. Sorry. So
No shot offered there. Is that the reason?
Yeah.
So the batsmen have to return.
Hey, I've seen worse let go. Actually, I argued with an umpire one day. Team will take the lead.
This will be another good contest. Ronaldson to Petrie. Again, he sort of dead bats it, but he gets his bat on this one, and
we've got another World Cup final moment here because
it's
hit the bat that no one's decided to run on that one. No 4 runs, boundary overthrows to take the game into super over right at this moment.
tucked around the corner, but there's a leg gully in place, which you don't see all that often, and it went straight to him. So, or is it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a leg gully.
Or a leg second slip, maybe.
Smith's just bowling, I think, just a little bit leg side, so bit of protection for him, and it's worked the last 2 balls off his over. It's Ronaldson, sorry, not Smith. Looking at the wrong scorecard there. Yeah. Petrie pushes it through covers. Two, maybe 3. Yeah, he will do 2.
Oh, well, there we go. He did run a 3. I'm being proved wrong over and over again today.
He's got to have heard these comments, and said, right, know what to do with this.
Wasn't. I mean, he was helped by some pretty clumsy fielding out there. The guy tripped over as he attempted to pick it up and knocked it further away.
This one's pretty cleanly tidied up though for a single. Pender onto 8 off 20. This is up and over. Probably squarer than he was looking for. I think he was looking straight though. Did he jump?
Yeah, you're right. Not well timed. But enough to get 2.
Oh, this one is just sliced over the slips and gully. It's not just going to get there in front of the camera. Reached the boundary 4. Edgy, but runs there, Jim. You know, progresses
Well,
the score.
he went hard. He's a big guy. He's got a big, heavy bat. So if he put all those things together, and if he does get anything on it, it's likely to go somewhere.
So it's pulled round between square leg and mid wicket. It'll be back-to-back fours. First one was EG. That one was really well played.
Yep, Petrie getting on top of Dale in this Battle of the Stars, say, at over 50s level. 2 consecutive boundaries, also having dismissed Dale earlier. So Petrie on top for now.
The other way though, John, don't you?
As we approach the first drinks break. And only lost the 2 wickets, so they'll be quite pleased with all that. A little bit of a delay here, I'm not sure what's going on. Change in the field perhaps, that leg slip is being moved across back to more regulation can slip.
Oh, it's interesting that Auckland was stuck with 2 slips.
Well, we did see that catch at first slip earlier.
Yeah, they haven't. Still going with that attacking field. Got deep backward point out. I think that's the only player out on the boundary currently. So maybe bowling now, looking at bowling full and wide. But so just full and cover does the fielding.
Two balls gone. It's too much, mate.
I was going to say, whatever you said was wrong, mate. Whatever you went with. Backs away on this one and it's a square leg.
So Scott Pender's still there. He's got 9 off 40 balls. He's playing the anchor role, as the other batsmen have been a bit more aggressive than him. But
9 off 40.
if he can stay there, he'll have done a job. Great ball from Ronaldson there, beating Pender outside the off stump. He does jag the ball quite considerably sometimes, Ronaldson, and as well as swinging it. Very handy bowler. One of the top wicket takers at the Over-50s World Cup. Took 9 wickets at under 10 apiece. In fact, I think under 5 apiece. He's bowled wide there.
That's the old goose coming in there, John. Talking them up and he fires it down leg. He had 9 wickets at 5. That's it's pretty average. As what I called Kyle Jamieson the other day. And I was talking to a mate about his figures.
And that will be drinks as we complete the 15th over. Wellington Tasman 63 for 2.
66. What are we? 66 for 2?
66 for 2, apologies. We'll have to just do some creative accounting to this scorecard during the break.
Do you hear they told everybody boxing day just to go and have a test up? Some of these they don't know where he's got it. They don't think he's infectious because he also went to the same boxing day sales.
Scorers. Welcome back after a brief drinks break as we resume this intriguing battle between the hosts Auckland and Wellington, Tasman.
Cornwall Cricket Club here keeps going up in my box gym. They've got your live stream going on the TV in the club rooms here behind us.
You can watch the game in real life, or you can just turn your back on it and watch it inside the club room.
Well, the beauty of it too is that I wonder how many people realise that there's a little bit of a delay. There's about a ball and a half delay between it happening to it going out on the live stream.
That's to stop the spot fixing.
Yeah, definitely. But that's also good for replays and that. You know, you can look at it that way.
Right, we're going to see spin for the first time in the Wellington Tasman chase. Armitage Randhawa bowling from the hill end. Bowls off spin, gives it a good tweak. What have we got as a field? We've got a cow corner, we've got a long on. Do we have a long off? We've got a long off, or a wideish long off, or an extra cover. How would you describe that? That guy there.
I'd say a whitish extra cover, to be honest. Almost
Yes, and a regulation mid off rather. All right, here we go.
Actually just pushes the first ball about deep point. Actually not deep point, but he's definitely on the circle there.
Oh, it sounded like a neck, and it
there's
is.
a big edge there.
Yeah, we heard it from here, didn't we? And so that's the big wicket that Auckland were looking for. Richard Petrie on his way after a brief but entertaining stay and immediate success for Randhawa. That's fantastic for him and fantastic for Auckland. Third wicket down. Pretty good catch from the keeper too, I have to say. Officer Tanu'u there, standing up to the stumps. Well caught.
If you struggle, mate, just ask me.
So another crucial moment in this game. Richard Petrie caught behind. Brings Scott McCarty to the crease. He's one of the form batsmen in over-50s cricket this season. He's played 4 matches, scored 224 runs at an average just under 75. Scored a century here on this very ground, this very pitch, about a month ago. See how we go.
Curious.
Oh, he's beaten as well. There's some pretty good bowling from Randhawa. He's quite quick through the air.
Tanu'u's doing a great job behind the wickets.
He is.
He stood up for probably 75 game, even though Randhawa was not the quickest of them all with his spin, but doing a fantastic job. Made his cricket debut for Samoa at a young age of 49 in 2019. Down to fine league for a couple.
So great start for Randhawa. Successful introduction. 1 for 2 off his first over. And we've got a game on our hands, Bevan. 65 for 3 after 16 overs, chasing just 172 to win.
It's a bit leisurely at the moment, but it is certainly an even game currently. Even though it's a small total that Wellington are chasing, Wellington Tasman are chasing. The good thing is for Auckland is it is one of those mid scores that can trip up some teams who think it's quite easy.
Big shout for LBW. He gets a lot of LBs, Ronaldson.
I think Auckland
But not
scorer
on this
might have
occasion.
written that one up in the schoolbook as out already before even the appeal had finished. But
Well bowled though, and good shout. This will be a challenge for Pender. He's done well so far. He's left well outside the off stump. hasn't scored all that many runs, but he's put up some good resistance against a bowling attack.
He definitely has dropped that anchor. It's stuck in the ground at the moment. This leaves another good one outside off stump. You tend to find in games like this, if you've got a guy that's just going, about this pace, but still there at the end, you will generally win those games 9 out of 10. Done that myself, even though I'm a bowler. In some Saturday game.
Tanu's doing a great job standing up to Ronaldson. It's been quite good.
He also
keeping.
From memory, he also keeps for the rugby team too, normally in the Black Clash.
That's right. Yes, he's played in both. Have they had two?
Yeah, they've had two. Third one coming up in a couple of weeks.
Two there. Easy two.
This one's just run down on slump. And couple. One thing about our commentary today, Jim, I was listening to Magic Talk on Monday, I think, day 2 of the test, and Peter Williams was trying to figure out why the light towers, Sister Ford Prod, had AGL on it. He thought it might have had something to do with the Australian, apparently there's an Australian power company called AGL. But there was some raucous laughter going on in the background. What he hadn't realised is that there were 6 towers, and the rest were HAEY. So he actually started out Hagley. So we haven't made that sort of mistake today, thankfully.
Well, we haven't got light towers for a start.
He graciously admitted his mistake in that one. I think someone that's been around in broadcasting as long as Peter Williams can make a mistake like that, there's hope for us all. And back at the One Tree Hill end, and just bounces in front of.
Oh, another missed field. That's
off.
That's second piece of sloppy fielding from Reece Henderson there. He won't be particularly happy with himself.
It's just lazy, isn't it?
Well, it is.
He's been too relaxed about the ball coming at him.
You can't blame the outfield. It's a beautiful outfield. Apologies to Reece Henderson and his family. That was actually Maya Chow mid off. Oh, it is Reece Henderson at mid off. We're back to Reece Henderson. Apologies to Maya Chow and his family.
Oh, what I love about this is just after I said how well we've been doing in commentary, Jim.
Another great delivery from Randawa, yeah.
Well, I have to say the first game I did out here was an Auckland club game, T20, and I'm reading the players off the list, shoot numbers that they'd given me, and I'm going, hang on a minute, keeper's standing at square leg for some reason.
That's a great shot from Pender, but he'd just get the one.
And it was admitted to me afterwards that they'd stuffed up the shoot numbers and had given me completely the wrong set of sets.
Bit of a recovery from Canterbury Otago in the other game there. Andrew Hoare, 31 off 30 bowls, and Reid, 12 off 21, have brought Canterbury back from the precipice. They were 23 for 3, now 64 for 3. Still a long way to go, chasing 256.
This one's a short fine league and big call of no. Coming from McCarty. Keen to turn around.
What about the touch? No. Are they even here?
Smaller square leg, so short fine leg having to come round. Ronaldson in his fifth over, gone for 13. Just a forward defence. Cardi looking pretty strong out there. Not off having to do the fielding.
As I say, he scored a century last time he played here, which was just about a month ago. 116 it was. So he likes batting here.
Just got a shout out here, Jim, to a guy I know, Dwayne Pitcher, if you're still tuned in. G'day, mate. Hope you're well. Plays last man stands and indoor cricket.
We're mass communicating here, Bevan. We're not one at a timing, mate.
Fair enough, Jim. Fair enough. There is 41 currently watching, apparently, so yeah.
There we go.
And Jim, no one likes to correct it, right? It's a mistake. I'm looking out into the tennis courts, the hockey field.
Jesus, that's a big shot.
Scott McCarty's century actually came at Papatoetoe Cricket Club, not at Cornwall, but good effort nonetheless.
He actually tried in the game here, just a lot of miles behind the next 100 a day before, probably got 30 on the top.
They're intangible. Things I'm doing can't be explained. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand.
First ball around Wales. Third point. Next one is a swing outside off stump. No connection though from Pender, 12 off 49. This one down to third man. I'll pick up a couple. Just been handed a note from our scorers here, Jim, that same stage Auckland were 91 for 3.
Okay, but that's when it all went pear-shaped for them.
Yeah.
They went from 91 for 3 to, I think, 112 for 6 from memory,
It's about that.
or 7. So it's a juncture in the game, you'd say.
Comes down, spoons us out to backward point. Came down the pitch a little bit. Just not negating the spin, but found a bit of an edge there.
I get the feeling they're getting a little bit frustrated with Randawa not being able to get him away. He bowls quite flat, but he still gives the ball a rip.
He's not getting those batsmen to get up underneath it.
No, that's right.
And get over the top of the field. It's some great bowling here, and this one's just poked along the ground. Again to backward point. Over and Randawa 3 overs, no maiden, 1 for 6.
Change of bowling. The heretofore mentioned Reece Henderson looking to maybe redeem himself with a good bowling spell. Replacing Neil Ronaldson. He's another off spinner, but slower through the air than Randhawa, likes to give it a bit of air. Was the leading wicket taker at last year's IPT. From memory, I think he got 9 wickets in his 4 games there.
Nice race.
Also plays for the Takapuna Cricket Club here in Auckland. So McCarty showing some good signs early on, just being able to milk the spinners around a little bit. Does have the ability to change gears pretty quickly. Shown that a few times already this season. But at this stage, I'm sure they'll just be looking to accumulate. Decent first over from Henderson, 4 off it. Change in the field, it appears, just playing around with the offside field. We've still got a slip in place and a gully and also a point. They're almost in a line, those three. Obviously recognise that Scott Pender likes to cut, trying to cut off that avenue for him. Oh, we could have a run out here as Randhawa deflects it back onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but McCarty had not left his ground. Who else have we got? We've got still got the cow corner, even though Pender hasn't really shown any inclination to hit out there. And we've got a long on. Those are the two guys that are outside the 30-yard circle. Oh, just as we talked about that slashing cut shot of Pender's, it goes to one of the men that they had finally located there. But Mike Jamieson stuck his left hand out but couldn't quite hang on to it. Would have been a pretty good catch, but that's what he was there for. So some good captaincy from Dale and bowling from Randhawa. but the plan didn't quite pay off.
Not drinking enough apparently, huh? Yeah, roger that.
Another good over from Randawa. It's his fourth done. He's only gone for 7 runs. He's got a good record at this level, Randawa. 8 wickets before this tournament, 11.5, and an economy rate of just 3.5. So he's lived up to that statistical reputation so far in this match. And the run rate required has ticked over to over 4. They won't worry about that yet. Still well in hand. And we got him. Caught and bowled there. Pender dancing down the pitch. Looked like he'd hit it okay, but in fact he just got under a little bit, and it was an excellent caught and bowled catch from Reece Henderson, who we've been giving a little bit of a hard time for his fielding, but apparently he's quite good off his own bowling. So he'll be delighted with that. Leading wicket taker from last year's IPT grabs another one early doors. Scott Pender, his long vigil comes to an end, out for 17. So he did a job there, Pender, for the first 22 overs. But Wellington Tasman would have really liked him to kick on, having done that hard work. Who was sitting next to me but an hour ago, Jason Kilworth, wondering if he'd get a bat. Well, he's out there now. He's got his opportunity. Still 93 runs needed. Six wickets in hand. So I think we've got a pretty good match on our hands, as we're almost exactly halfway through the innings. Jason Kilworth can give the ball a decent whack when the situation requires, but I dare say that won't be happening just yet. End of a successful over for Reece Henderson. Both offies have a wicket apiece. And they're starting to put the screws on the Wellington Tasman chase. Started off with a great amount of confidence. They felt they'd done really well to restrict Auckland to 171. It's now looking a little bit further away than it was an hour ago. Anyone's game, you'd say. Scott McCullum, Wellington Tasman Firehawks fast bowler. Where do you think that's right at the moment, mate?
Oh, look, it's close at the moment, but I think as long as McCarty bats through, then we'll just need a few guys to stick around with him.
Always confident, Scott McCullum. Jason Kilworth lives in Nelson these days, grew up in Christchurch, plays for the Wakatu Cricket Club down in Nelson, one of the great clubs of New Zealand cricket, Wakatu. And there's going to be more runs down through that third man area, just the one in fact. There's Jason Howarth scoots and fires the ball in, so just the one to Kilworth. Kilworth looking pretty solid so far in the balls that he's faced. Just got the one single, but looking pretty confident. And that's a confident shot down the ground. Very nicely played. Well timed, well placed, and doesn't even bother to leave his crease after hitting that one for the second it left the bat. So, very nice confident shot from Jason Kilworth, Nelson man. So we've got Nelson and Blenheim, batsmen at the crease. Scott McCarty from Blenheim. I've been reliably informed. So the Tasman contingent of the Wellington Tasman Firehawks representing the South Island very nicely at the moment. Big shout, the umpire thinks about it, finally nods the head, raises the finger, and the Blenheim man, Scott McCarty, is on his way back. That's a crucial wicket for Auckland. Another one for Reece Henderson. He just can't stop taking wickets, this guy, it seems, at the IPT. It's a crucial one. Scott McCarty had the ability to bring this home for the Firehawks, but it won't be today. And Firehawks have lost their 5th wicket, so advantage Auckland. It was a confident shout from the Auckland guys. This umpire likes to take his time before making decisions. So he thought about it for a few seconds, then the aggressive nod of the head, and up goes the finger. Off you go. Just give you a quick update from the Districts versus Canterbury Otago game, if we have a second. 96 for 3. So the Hoare-Reid partnership going along nicely. Andrew Hoare on 43, Dean Reid on 30. So they still need 6 and over from that. If those two guys keep going, then anything could happen. So we've got Brent Murray joining Jason Kilworth at the crease. Hails from the hut. Was Wellington Tasman's keeper today. And he's got a big job to do as well. 87 for 5 after 25 overs. That's 3.5 and over. So they need 4 1/4 from here on in. 85 off 20 overs. Randhawa has the excellent figures of 1 for 8 of his 5 overs. He's done really well, and these two spinners have really choked the Wellington Tasman batsmen. We've still got another spinner up their sleeve in Maya Chauhan, who's done quite well in the warm-up games. But they may not need him. Some slightly worried looking faces as I look to my right down along the bench at the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Slightly worried, slightly worried. There's a lot of confidence before the innings started. Oh, it's not easy batting out there. Randhawa is proving very difficult to get away. It's a decent shot though from Kilworth. Henderson escorts it out toward the boundary and then does a slide and pulls it in softball style back, but not before they've taken 2. So wherever you're watching in the world, don't go anywhere. This one's going down to the wire, I'd say. That's maybe just going over the top, I think. Hit him in the upper leg area. Even though he's not a tall bowler, I'd suggest that one was heading over the top. Give a nod out. End of another over, only the 2 off it, so each time we have a tight over, which is just about every over it seems, run rate goes up a little bit more. It's up to 4.37 now. If it gets over 5, it might be a little bit tricky, as this pitch has shown that it's not the high scoring one that we saw a few weeks ago.
Well, the salient part is she's in the supermarket, in a public place. Okay. There are. Now, this was not observed by another 5/8 committee member. Yeah, but it's self-known, effectively. So. Well, not a self-known. Yeah, and I think it's self-known, really. Like, otherwise, you just shut up. Anyway, she had a cake which was in a kind of a pyramid, a truncated pyramid. It's basically that shape. It's quite tall, right? And it's cardboard. And the checkout lady had the plastic all the way around the checkout and had the finger on the roll the goods through, right? The cardboard thing was going into the plastic and was starting to get munched up under the thing, right? And the person that was in front of her was still getting their shit, still paying for their shit, so Kath couldn't get up there too. So she's getting her...
What's Kilworth on? Another big shout for LBW. The umpire gives his customary long think, but then
and at that point
shakes the head this time.
Abort from telling off the checkout lady.
You can't be accused of giving rash decisions, this umpire.
Pull up the underwear. Yeah, well, I wasn't there. I'm not 100% sure.
Had you been waiting in line for like 7 days or something?
Just a dodge. Just a dodge.
They were thrown out.
Yeah. They'll let you down one day, won't they? They'll all let you down one day. You know? And so she had to reverse.
Obviously, the closer we get to the end of the game, the quicker this required run rate is going to increase. It's steadily sneaking up now, up to 4.5 and over. And with just the 5 wickets in hand, I'm sure the Firehawks won't want it to get too much higher as Randhawa continues. Oh, that's that quicker ball from Randhawa. He's bowled that a few times today. Really hurries through. In fact, none of the batsmen have played that particular delivery very well at all. He's bowling well this spell, no doubt. Murray likes the sweep. That one's gone well in front of square actually. Nice shot. Brent Murray in his first season of over-50s cricket. From the Hutt Districts Club, is he? Or Upper Hutt? Tony Riverside. As we see a lofted shot from Kilworth out into the wide open expanses of Cornwall Park. Adrian Dale trots after it, gets the throw in out of shot from our camera screen, and they collect 2 more. Seems like we've had another 5-ball over called here. And we're just deciding if we're going to revert. And yes, we are. So, with everyone having moved positions into their new positions for the next over, we have to go all the way back and bowl 1 delivery. So it's a bit of a time waster when this happens. It's about the 3rd time it's happened today. Distant cheer from the number 2 ground suggests that the Districts guys have taken a wicket. They look pretty happy about that as Dean Reid walks off. Not sure the mode of dismissal there, but that's a crucial wicket, breaking that the big partnership between Reid and Hoare. LBW, in fact, he was for 36. Andrew Hoare is still in on 49. But it's a big breakthrough for the Districts guys as they defend 255. Back to the number 1 game. Here we see Brent Murray on strike to Reece Henderson. Nice use of the feet from Murray. Hits dead straight. There's a long chase for Randhawa. Picks it in centimetres from the boundary line. And we see yet another 3. Nicely flighted that one from Henderson. Murray is beaten but not dismissed and ends up getting a run. Looks like Andrew Hawes brought up his 50 over on the number 2 ground there. Good effort from him. He'll be definitely required to carry on if Canterbury Otago are to chase down their total. Some high action here. Edge from Murray and the fielder Stu Jensen, I believe, and the gully could not quite hang on to that one. Onto the sweep again. He likes that sweep in front of square. He's played it 2 or 3 times now, Murray. Quite an effective shot, I think, against Randhawa with the sort of pace and trajectory that he's bowling. And then he follows it up with the slower tossed up delivery. So nice variation in speed there for Randhawa.
I'm good, brother. Thank you.
That will be drinks as we see the completion of the 30th over. We'll take a quick break here and be back for this opening round match at the 2020-21 IPT. So 15 overs left in this exciting opening round clash between Auckland and Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Just seen Auckland captain Adrian Dale give his troops an impassioned speech, fire them up. I've got his counterpart Richard Petrie alongside me again to offer his impassioned speech. What would you be saying to your players right now, Richard?
If we're bowling, well, you just got to...
Well, no, as the betting side.
I haven't said anything to them. So they've got to score 73 runs or something. So they know what to do. It's just a case of having a plan on how you're going to get the runs safely, really. It's, if you maintain your wickets, you'll do it easily. It's just got to score your runs and maintain your wickets. So, yeah, it's 50-50, I suppose, at the moment. So, it's a good game. Oh, Jesus.
Lofted shot to get us started straight after drinks. That's Murray, goes down the ground, very first ball, in the air. Hence the blasphemous cry from Richard Petrie to my right. We haven't been struck down by a bolt of lightning yet.
You want to try and knock your runs off with no risk, but it was sort of, he hasn't hit it hard enough to clear the field, so it was sort of catching height, just to the right of the fielder, so 4 runs, which is good, but I'd like to score our runs risk-free if possible.
Still promoting the risk-free approach,
well, that was all right, because that was hard along the ground, wasn't it? I just don't trust them if they're going to hit in the air to miss the fielders.
He hits in the air, misses the fielders, and it goes down to long on for a single.
It's good. I mean, it can all happen pretty quickly, can't it? If you get a couple of guys. So these guys are both batting positive, which is good. It's just how long can they go for? If they go for 15 overs or 10 overs, it'll be pretty comfortable. Problem is losing wickets, isn't it? Along the way, so.
Yes,
it's an easy game. Knocking these type of runs off are easy if you just get partnerships together.
59 off 85 is the equation at this stage.
Oh, that's good runs down a third man. 2, probably only 2.
That's the end of a very productive over for Wellington Tasman. 8, 9, 10, 12 off it. The pace of the last 10 or 15 overs, that's definitely one out of the box.
Yeah, there's no reason why you can't bat like that. The wicket's quite good. There's nothing wrong with the wicket. I don't think the batting today has been very good. Anyone who gets in who's a good player could easily knock off a reasonably comfortable 50. But I think the bowling's been better than the batting.
So Randall is going to continue here. He's just got the 1 over left. He's got the excellent figures of 115.
1 for 15, yeah.
Bowled well, changed his pace.
Yeah, he's a good bowler at this level because he just bowls little out swingy floaters, and bowls 2 paces, a wee brisky, quicker one, and then a floater, and he's pretty consistent with his line. So he's a good little bowler.
Indeed. Big shout there, and he's been given. Kilworth left that one, no shot offered. Gestures to suggest it might have been that outswinger that Richard Petrie was just talking about, but perhaps it wasn't swinging out enough. And the umpire gave it a good long think and said, that is out. So Kilworth has to go. Handy knock from him, but that's Wellington Tasman's 6th wicket.
precariously positioned now. Not looking so good.
So it's gone from 50-50 to precarious in the space of a couple of balls.
Well, that's what it does when you're 50-50 and you lose a wicket. It's quite reasonable, isn't it?
What can you tell us about Navindra Hera, who's coming into bat now, Richard?
Well, he plays his shots. Yeah, he plays his shots. He's a dashing little right-hand batsman. So he doesn't die wondering, and he plays a lot aerially. So
with him and Murray batting, we could be in for some entertainment, one way or another.
Could do.
Well, she's taken out. There were no other nominations in 2020. It happened. It's just sold me on the fact you ran over a relative. Yeah, but in the boat sporting
So it's a battle of the two players described by Richard Petrie as little. See which one comes out on top. Oh, it's a good ball first up. It's a bit aerial, but now we're really close to a fielder.
No, but if you're going to score ones, you like them to be on the ground, not lobbed out into the covers, don't you? Seems a long way, 70, seems a long way when you're doing them by chipping them through the covers.
Brent Murray's batted quite well so far. He's been industrious. He's played some nice sweeps, some good shots down the ground.
Yeah, he's a policeman. He won't succumb to pressure. Detective or something.
He's the wicket keeper, good at catching people.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Are you well?
Right.
So that's the end of Randhawa's spell. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Great effort from him. So, wonder who they'll bring on from the hill end next over. Do you think they'll go back to Adrian Dale or Neil Ronson? All the bowlers have overs left.
How many overs left though?
Yep. It's going to be Henderson to continue, despite going for 12 in his last over. Perhaps Captain Adrian Dale feels that the way they played him actually increases their chances of taking a wicket.
So we've got 3-1
This is 40 overs or 50 overs.
Where?
It is. But it was a point, I was missing the point. That's the problem. Shot, Nev. So Cleland's got 5. Robinson's got 4. Ronaldson's got 4. Robinson's got 4. Dale's got 6.
I'm predicting I'll go back to Adrian Dale from the hill end after this. Or perhaps Ronaldson.
Oh, well played.
Every run crucial now. 50 runs required exactly from here. 73 balls, 4 wickets in hand. 4.11 and over is the required run rate. And runs just coming a little bit more fluently perhaps in the last 4 or 5 overs or so. There's another 6 off that one from Henderson. He takes wickets, Henderson, but he can also go for runs. As I mentioned, he was the leading wicket taker at last year's tournament. He lies third on the all-time wicket takers table at interprovincial level in New Zealand, with 12 wickets, but he's taken those at 5.47 runs per over. So he does take wickets, but he goes for runs. And we've got an interesting change here. It's Maya Chauhan is coming on at the hill end, the third spinner in the Auckland lineup.
Do you call Rand Hawa a spinner?
Oh,
He bowls seam up.
does he?
Well, he did to me.
Okay. All right.
I think he gets seam up most of the time.
Anyway, Maya Chauhan, who we haven't seen today, he's been given the opportunity to win this game for the Auckland side. And Dale has gone to him rather than reverting to one of his frontline seamers.
It's a bit cooler this afternoon, isn't it? A bit more pleasant.
Was it quite
hot and humid this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Birds flying over the pitch. Oh, go ball, go ball.
More runs for Murray. He's not chewing up too many dot balls, Murray, which is quite handy at this stage. He's moved on to 18 from 23 balls. Good effort from him.
Nev is also a slightly dodgy runner, so look out for that.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks.
You need a strong hand at the other end just to...
Well, there'll be runs here, at least 2, and they'll settle on 2 as the man comes across from long on to long off to do the fielding there.
Free swing of the bat, old Nav. Pretty important this here. You got to take the score past 50 to 150. Could be quite easy from there, but no. Oh, he might have hit that.
He may indeed. We saw Afisa Tanu'u take a good catch, in fact, off yourself, I believe. Very similar delivery,
Very simple.
but you caught yours and dropped this one. Quick update from the Canterbury Otago versus Districts match. 151 for 4. Canterbury Otago. They need 104 runs off 104 balls, so they need exactly run a ball. Andrew Hall's still in on 61. Paul Henry, former Otago first class player, is on 21. And we've got Adil Samani, another first class player, playing, so plenty of first class players in the action in that game. Back in this game, we've got a guy who nearly played first-class cricket. Was named in the Auckland side more than once, I believe, but never quite made it onto the field. Did extremely well at club level over many years. Neil Ronaldson, twice named Auckland Club Cricketer of the Year. And good choice to come on at this stage. Big shout for LBW first ball. Not out. Chance of a run out. That's not out as well. End result is no run. Oh, good shot from Murray. Swung that away, but there's actually a man down there. You won't be able to see that, but looks like Reece Henderson down there at deep backward square leg. Just the single. Clipped away very nicely off his toes by Nav Harath. It's probably not going to go to the boundary, but they're running pretty hard, looking like they would like 3. No, just the 2. So a good piece of fielding there. Keeps it down to 2. Still runs flowing easily enough, given that they only need 4 and over. That is a beautiful shot, really nicely timed from Brent Murray. There's 2 guys there, neither of them can stop it. Diving effort from the fieldsman, but it crosses the line there. That was a beautiful extra cover drive, all along the ground. And Ronaldson's comeback over goes for 8. Not what Adrian Dale would have been hoping for from his strike bowler. So this topsy-turvy game continues to surprise. The equation now is 37 off 60 balls, so run rate isn't really an issue. And the closer Wellington Tasman get, the wickets won't be so much of an issue either. So these guys really just need to stay in. And that's gone just at mid-wicket. And well, they say there's always a gap behind the fieldsman, and that's the gap that Harath found. It went just over the head of mid-wicket fieldsman and the two outfielders who were converging on it just about shook hands, and the ball went right between the middle of them. 4 runs to Harath. Really well played. Handy little cameo this from Navindra Herath. 15 off 16. They've hit it straight to Dale. They've hit it straight to Adrian Dale there, who has whipped it into the bowlers. The umpire has not actually moved. He was standing next to the stumps and had no hesitation in giving that out. Looked like it was probably comprehensively out. No question of whether it was out or not. Probably a suicidal run in hindsight, hitting it straight to one of the better fielders, and that's a key wicket for Auckland, just as we were saying that all Wellington Tasman needed to do was not lose wickets.
I'm back, Jim. Saw you sitting by yourself, so I thought I'd rejoin you. To be honest, Auckland were thinking the same. I feel that they had their noses just a little bit in front there, but a couple of the Auckland fielders I was talking to between balls, they weren't positive. That run out though definitely changes things and swings it way back more. Then who would have thought a change of innings half time? This game would come down to what it is.
Well, the Auckland guys were actually, both sides were confident, and Harath was batting really well. It was a very handy partnership. Who's come into bat now?
Adrian Dale.
No. Let me just confirm. Who's
appeal for LBW, but
big appeal for LBW first ball. It's all happening here at Cornwall Park. All happening.
Very going for the sweep there and not getting anything on it. Comes down the wicket this time. Yeah. Just pitching Wedgie up down to long on. Looking at coming back for 2, but really good running in the end. With some indecision, but made it look simple in the end with that too. So 32 or 55 required. 32 or 54 now.
So we're definitely in for a tight finish, I would imagine. Runs per over is really not an issue now. They only need less than 3.5. It's all about the wickets.
That's where it really favours Wellington Tasman. And it's something we both touched on at the start of their innings, is that as long as they've got wickets in hand come the end of the game, doesn't matter how many overs they go into, they should win from here. But with only 3 wickets in hand, that's the biggest problem for them. Score the new over just to extra cover. Now on into a 7th, gone for 21. You seen Tano'u without the helmet today? Well, keeping. I reckon he's worn that just about the whole innings.
He's incognito.
And it's not comfortable conditions out there.
I'm sure he didn't have it on when he was waiting to bat,
No, well, that's true too.
but while he's been on the field, he's...
At the start of the openers, yeah. Screw just confirming with me that there was did have a few overs to one of the openers where he did stand back without the helmet. This one's down leg. Be wide, so well covered by slip, cut around and avoiding anything but one ride.
Oh, edgy and past the dive of first slip. Coming back for the second.
Take runs any way you can get them, Jim, and if it's edged, you know, and land safely, and you get 2 out of it.
Yeah, well, there's a gap behind slip, and he found it.
Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, LBW, but going down leg. One of the Cornwall supporters. Yeah, one of the characters. His name escapes me. I was talking to him during the innings break, helping out with the appealing.
Crowd to our left, 1 or 2 drinks deep at this point. Becoming slightly louder as we continue, which is all good.
Well, it's got to be atmosphere, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Non-cricket aficionados say cricket's boring sport, and I mean, without the atmosphere, it can be that way sometimes. So as long as it's keep clean and decent, nothing wrong with a bit of atmosphere and supporting your team. This one's a stand and deliver shot. Cover coming round to long off, sorry. Big throw from the boundary.
Huge throw.
It's massive. What is that Auckland player, number 4?
It's Spencer Day out there. We
Spencer
mentioned
Day.
him earlier before. He raced around, picked the hand and flung it in from one of the longer boundaries to the far end.
He's the guy I've been talking to too while he's out there, and he's made that cover sweeper roll his own out there. He's been pretty happy with it. This one's down leg and wide is the call. Last ball of the 7th just gets guided down to 3rd man for a single.
So the equation's just 24 runs now, so perhaps edging back into the favour of Wellington Tasman Firehawks. But then another wicket this over, and you might say advantage Auckland again.
Come on, John! That shit gonna get real, yo!
The Duckworth Lewis score at the moment, as things stand, says if it rained and Wellington wanted to win, their score needs to be 141, they're 148.
Uh-huh.
So in regards to that, they're in front. That, of course, the wickets in hand.
Is there a chance of rain?
I don't think there is, but that's basically the only way you can look at it. As a maths side of things, isn't it?
Dead ball that one for some reason.
Be a false start on a run up, as this one is long down. There is no one back there. I'm going him. Goes long and straight for 4 runs. Run ball 9 at the moment.
Yeah, that was a good hit. Big gap down there at mid-off / long off. And he found it. So, crucial runs. You can either poke around get the singles, or you can just give it a big whack and get 4 just like that. And that is the way that Goldingham plays. He's more of a boundary hitter than a nudger and nurdler, generally. Oh, big shout for LB. He's thinking in. There goes the finger. There's that wicket we were talking about this over. The 8th down for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Goldingham doesn't look super pleased. He made an additional lunge after that decision was given to show how far down the wicket he was, but the Auckland guys were extremely confident, and the umpire had a big long think about it before raising the finger. So 8 down now for Wellington Tasman. The cat is among the pigeons.
Definitely is there, Jim. I wouldn't be going anywhere, folks. Let's stay tuned in this one. The start of that over, the Duckworth-Lewis pass score basically was 7 runs in favour of Wellington Tasman due to that wicket. Now it's only 1 run, so interesting that they're still showing with a fall of wicket here. They believe, and of course this is only a computer system, that Wellington Tasman still got their noses in front, but yeah.
Quick update from the Canterbury Otago game. Andrew Hoare is on 85, nearing a century, and Canterbury Otago needs 78 off 84 balls with 6 wickets in hand, so they're actually possibly the favourites in that game. Anyway, back to the excitement on the number 1 oval. Steve Houston's the new batsman. He's a good head for a crisis. Probably a better batsman than his number 10 position would suggest.
Nice lead first up though.
Former opening batsman, actually. Hides himself down the order these days.
Oh, nice little dab for a single. Slip and gully.
Every run crucial now. 19 required, 2 wickets left. Run rate is not an issue. It is getting a wee bit darker here, Bevan.
Is that the reason why you guys bowl the pink ball, so that if it does go a bit late, I mean it's not late now, it's just cloudy.
That's not the original reason. It was the original decision was made for the 2018 World Cup, where some of the grounds were going to have white sight screens and some were going to have black ones.
Oh,
and
that's handy.
They wanted a ball that went okay with both sight screens, and also the pink ball was considered quite visible for the over-50s players who can't always pick up the red one. Anyway, we've got Captain Adrian Dale back into the attack now at this crucial juncture.
3 overs for 18, so not quite as economical as probably he wishes. Trying to lead from the front in this one.
Local club boy, as we've mentioned before, came over here originally as a overseas professional from England, played a few seasons of that, and then ended up moving to New Zealand.
Originally born in South Africa though.
Originally, yes.
Yeah. There's a few South Africans playing in this competition, but some of the conversations I've been having.
He's definitely not South African. I think his parents were just there for a short period of time. Raised in Wales to Welsh/English parents, I believe. So
okay.
Grew up Welsh. Now bona fide Kiwi. Considers himself a Kiwi now. It's a wide.
It's a wide. Well, runs are runs.
lived in, I believe, a place called Chepstow, which is on the Wales-England border.
Tell you what, these competition going off at the scorers are chirping away at each other here next to us. One's rubbing out the wide and one's adding another. Houston 1 off 4 at the moment.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of runs there. Sneaks down the leg side. No one within Kiwi of that. Field is slowly getting around. They're just running. What do they end up with there? Ooh, so three runs plus the wide is a total of 4 wides.
Yeah.
Just confirm that with the scorers. 4 wides. Thank you. Yeah.
I was a bit unsighted due to the mid-wicket fielder in front of me. About that one. Pretty costly.
Crucial runs though, pretty decent over apart from the fact that he's bowled 5 wides. Just those 2 deliveries sneaking down the leg side. The batsman hasn't hit the ball in this entire over, I believe.
No, I would agree with that. He does this time, but falls short third, wide third man, sorry. Aerial though.
Just 13 needed now.
It's a bit of a mixed bag having a look at the Wellington team to the right of me at the moment. A couple of the head in their hands and some others edge of their seats waiting for it. But end of the over. 15 required now. Oh, sorry. Now my scoreboard's updated. 14. 2 wickets in hand.
Just confirm. Just to clarify, the target is 173. 173 to win. So 14 runs required. 2 wickets in hand. That's the crucial other side of the equation.
What it's going to come down to.
Maya Chauhan to continue. Interesting.
No, he caught in 2 minds there. Forward and backward. Decided to go back and play a defensive shot. Yeah, basically, this game comes down to 2 balls, doesn't it? 2 balls, 2 wickets. And 2 big shots, you know, and game could be all over. Single down to long on. Bit of interesting action going on that one. Is this one?
He swung it straight to mid-wicket.
Well, interesting there, Jim, that Houston was looking straight over the top of mid-wicket, but all he's done was play it straight into the player's face. He's taken an easy one, and the 9th's down.
Was it caught by Mike Jamieson there, was it, at mid-wicket? Comfortably caught, reverse cup. But yeah, crucial. no real need to play an aggressive shot like that when you only need 2 1/4 and over. He'll be a bit disappointed.
And there's only one way to describe that shot, Jim, and it is aggressive. That's exactly what it was.
There's probably some other words that
the
captain
can't
might be using.
Can't be said on air.
But the man coming in now, he is a man for a crisis. Scott McCullum. He's been in situations like this before. I've played and I've watched him play. He's a sensible batsman. But I did say something similar about Steve Hewson a few moments ago, and
I was waiting for you to point that out. He'd said the same
perish.
thing.
So, hey, look, this just becomes even more interesting now.
I think I've just seen a smile on McCullum's face as well. He's gone out there with no helmet, no hat on.
So this really is going right down to the wire, this game. Good old-fashioned one-day cricket. None of this 350 plays 350 business. Good low-scoring game.
Bit of excitement being shown by Chauhan on that one with the leave. Well, I think something that people easily forgot. 2015 was great, and some big scores that were scored in that. Best match of that World Cup, as this one's just ended the extra go, was Australia and New Zealand in the pool play, where New Zealand almost got beaten chasing 140 at Eden Park.
Even the World Cup final last year, or the year before, which we're not allowed to talk about, that was a low-scoring affair, relatively.
Yeah.
Everyone was predicting that entire tournament would be scores of 350 plus, but it really wasn't. Anyway, so what have we got here? 13 runs required, 1 wicket in hand. Brent Murray's still in, which is important. He's batting well at 27. So it's not like we've got
two new batsmen, yeah,
or even 2 bunnies at the crease. Both these guys can bat, and talk about experience. No one's got more than the guy bowling right now, Adrian Dale. He would have been on this many times before. So he's actually sending a lot of the guys back. He's giving Murray the single, which is probably the right thing to do. What have we got? We've got a long off, a long on, a cover sweeper, got a deep backward square leg, a third man. Those are the men outside the circle. The rest are all on the circle. So, easy single. The question is whether they can find a gap and perhaps get 2. Here we go.
You've got some balls up there, sleeves, so maybe look for the 2.
We'll run hard for this. No, and in fact, McCullum's not interested. No, he's just happy with the single.
It's interesting, though, that McCullum there, he just took off for the single and never looked. He was pretty happy that the ball was going straight to the fielder, and what's going on there?
There's been another wicket in the districts game. I'm just trying to work out who that was, but we'll worry about that later. We've got an exciting finish here.
McCullum trying to just fiddle one outside his off stump. Doesn't get anything on it though.
One more good piece of cricket, Blue. Come on, boys.
This time just fits it back to the bowler.
Fair bit of tension audible around the ground from the players, from the spectators. This opening round of the IPT can have a big bearing on how the tournament progresses.
Great way to start it too.
Indeed. Goes full looking for that Yorker length, but McCullum's equal to it and squeezes it out to the cover sweeper for a single.
Good diving effort there from cover, trying to stop the single from happening, but unsuccessful. this one alone. Interesting, Jim. One ball left in this over, and all the fielders are staying out, allowing that maybe possibly Murray to get an easy single to stay on strike to start the new over.
Good point. There's a
Nobody's
couple of guys are encroaching inside the circle, but yeah, good point that. Still, oh, he chooses not to, just leaves it alone. Interesting. Yes. I guess they do have lots of balls up their sleeve, which is an interesting place for your balls to be.
Eleven needed, 1 wicket in hand. 4 overs.
Andrew Hoare approaching his century in the other game. He's on 90.
This game wraps up pretty quick. Jim, in either fashion, we could scoot over and hopefully see Hall bring up his century over there. So it's got a bit of flight on it, and Cullen just takes it half a stride down. Chahan 2 for 16 off 4.1. Oh, it's a good single. Really good run single there. His teammates pretty appreciative of it as well. The Auckland fielder there might have just been a little bit guilty of being on his heels a little bit.
Close followers of over-50s cricket may notice resemblance to a certain World Cup final 2018, where Pakistan were only chasing a very, very small total, found themselves 9 down, still needing a lot to win.
Some loop on this. And
what's happened there? Well fielded by the bowler.
Yeah.
It was a quite a firm shot from Murray advancing down the wicket, but well fielded.
I was looking to the right of my pole in front of me and thinking that had gone well over the bowler's head, but it hadn't. It's another wicket in the districts game. This is a dead ball here.
In that World Cup final I was mentioning, Pakistan brought the target down to just 4 runs before they lost their final wicket. So some
close but no cigars in the changing rooms.
Yeah.
Shabash, shabash!
That one's up in the air, but falls well short of the fielder there. Good fielding stops the second. So we're under 10 required. Single figures needed from here.
I'll stick it up for you there, Jim. The scorer's given you a bit of grief there, but I'll stick it up for you. This one's suspended.
What does Dale do here? He's walking over to one of his players. Who is that? Is that Ronaldson he's talking to? Vice captain. What are we going to do here, he says. What do you reckon? Shall I keep bowling? Looks like he is going to keep bowling. He's striding purposefully towards the bowling crease. Probably makes sense for him to keep going. He hasn't taken a wicket and he's gone for 5 and over, but he does have that experience. He'll probably be... Well, again, the fielders pushed back again. All those men are outside the circle or on the circle. So, single on offer to Murray. But he might also be looking to sneak one past and get an LBW or something here. Let's see.
Big swing, no ding there. Straight through the keeper.
Keeper's gone back now. Probably figures it's not worth conceding runs to a snick or a leg side wide in an attempt to maybe get a stumping or something. Oh, and despite that, he's conceded a bye, has Tanu'u. In fact, it's going to be 2 byes. Oh, that's crucial at this stage. Wides they are. Wides they are. Okay, maybe apologies, but probably still should have gathered it.
It didn't look that difficult for Tanu'u.
So that's a total of 3 runs, is it?
Yep.
Off that delivery?
6 required.
Only 6 required. Crucial again. So these wides off Dale have made a significant difference.
Districts have got another. They're 8. Canterbury Otago are 8 down now. It's a good delay in our game.
Oh, this is interesting. The batsman has called for an emergency drink.
Yeah, I think even his own teammates are saying not in the middle of an over.
No, yeah, you can just wait a little bit here, Brent Murray. You've been batting for a wee while, but
hit the winning runs, and you deserve more than one.
And maybe a different liquid.
It's 29 off 42. Murray just backs away. His crease defends to himself. It does look as though Murray's struggling.
There's a bit of edge out there. I don't think the Auckland guys were particularly keen to let Murray have a drink. He is.
Houston's running some water out now for him.
He's not looking in great shape. I think Steve Houston is very keen to come out with a glass of water, but I think unless Murray has some serious health problem, he can just wait until the end of the over. It's a funny stage to ask for water.
Left outside the off stump. Yeah, it's a game in a game itself, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, this is
with this sort of thing happening.
This is not social cricket. This is not, Sunday afternoon hit about. This is serious competitive cricket, and if you want a drink, well, you can jolly well wait. That's what I'd be saying.
He basically throws his arms at that one, trying to get some bit of bat on it, and Hop's getting a jump down the pitch, but can't. I think that must edge all the wickets by much, though.
Great to see that we're having 2 close encounters on this first day. We did predict that the 4 teams would be evenly matched, and it's looking that way so far. Oh, squirted out on the onside. One more. And here comes the water. So I hope he enjoys this, and we can get on with it from here on in. So just to remind you, the target is a further 5 runs. 173 is the score that they'll be looking to get. Plenty of overs. Yeah, so there's actually only 2 overs left here, so it's not like they can completely ignore the run rate. They need five runs off 2 overs. Just the 1 wicket in hand. I didn't really notice the overs creep up there.
That had got pretty quick.
Yeah.
Those last 3 overs basically have stuck away on us there, Jim.
It's going to be Chauhan to continue. They're sticking with the off spinner for these, quote, death overs. So he'll bowl this one, and then Dale will almost certainly bowl the last one.
No one's been able to get hold of him yet. 5 overs for 18, 2 for 18. So why not stick with the off spinner if he's doing the job for it? The One Tree Hill end.
So what's Murray going to do here? Let's see. Is he going to have a dip? No, he just pushes it
away.
Yeah. This is where the experience of these over-50s players comes into play. And it's gone down, straight down over the head of the bowler, and they've come back for 2. So Murray, good, positive, assertive shot.
It's probably a good thing that Chauhan's of a smaller stature, because another 6 inches or something, and probably would be looking at game over there.
3 runs to win here, just 1 shot away now.
Move on this one. Push this mid on, comes around, pressure on the fielder, bump and run.
Not sure what happens in the case of a tie.
Well, there goes my question then, Jim.
Good. Okay, let's rule that out.
I was going to ask you that.
Nobody loves a tie. Okay, this is the opportunity that Auckland wanted. McCullum on strike. Oh,
the bowler bluffers. Murray knew, and he had left his crease. I've been in these situations myself, Jim.
big swing from McCullum. Where's that gone? It's over, mid-off. This could be the match. They've run 1. They're coming back for 2. And that's going to be the winning of the match as they come back for the 3rd, which I don't think they even needed. And McCullum has won it for the match. I mentioned that he was a man for the crisis. And I guess that was one thing I got right today out of... Anyway.
I think you had more than just the one, Jim. I'll give that one to you.
Anyway,
great shot from McCullum, just over the bowler. No one back there, clearing the fielders. Easy 2 to finish the game. What a cracker we've had first up.
We certainly have. Excellent win to the Wellington Tasman Firehawks over the Auckland Cavaliers. They'll be delighted. The Firehawks, that is. So, yeah, wonderful finish. What a topsy-turvy, up and down cliffhanger that was, to mix my metaphors. But, yeah, really excellent effort in the end. Low scoring, entertaining match.
I'll try and get it.
And as the teams shake hands after that exciting game, we will we'll say goodbye for today, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock or just before tomorrow morning for round 2, and long may the excitement continue. So until then, it's good evening from us.
Well played, Adrian.